Good morning. Please turn your attention to the screens. Our program is starting. Please welcome Executive Vice President of the Atlantic Council, Jenna Ben-Yehuda.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and our virtual audience, welcome to Day 2 of the 9th Annual Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. My name is Jenna Ben-Yehuda. I'm Executive Vice President here at the Atlantic Council. It is so great to be here with you today to open our second day of programming here at the Forum. It's my first Global Energy Forum, so thanks to Landon for making it so convenient for me. I've been so impressed by the depth of discussion during yesterday's program and the leadership we've seen on stage. Yesterday, we discussed how artificial intelligence is reshaping the future of energy demand, creating both unprecedented stress on existing infrastructure and powerful new tools to optimize energy delivery and consumption. We explored how the new era of energy abundance, driven by innovation across oil, gas, renewables, and storage, is creating opportunities to meet rising global demand while still pursuing climate and security objectives. And we examined how energy competitiveness and innovation will define not only the fortunes of companies and countries, but also the strategic resilience of entire economies in a time of accelerating technological and geopolitical change. Yet to carry forward the theme at the center of this year's forum, new leadership and new paradigms, our task today is based in the reality that the challenges and opportunities of an ever-evolving energy system will be led by those willing to ask hard questions and design solutions that are adaptive, scalable, and grounded in geopolitical realities. I'm excited to launch our second day of programming and move our discussion towards the solutions and partnerships needed to navigate this ever-dynamic energy system. We'll explore the tensions between stated political ambitions and the hard energy realities now playing out in markets, from permitting delays to supply bottlenecks that can undermine both affordability and resilience. We'll examine how U.S. energy investments and sanctions are being leveraged as tools of statecraft, shaping global energy flows and influencing the behavior of allies, competitors, and markets alike. And we'll explore the new opportunities for abundance and security, from the value of nascent pillars of energy dominance in Alaska to the quick action needed to secure mineral supply chains. I look forward to another day of candid conversation, leadership, and collaboration as we all work together to chart a course through one of the most consequential moments in global energy history. And with that, let's begin. It's now my pleasure to welcome to the stage our first leadership conversation for today's program, the former mayor of Denver, governor of Colorado, and today's senator from the great state of Colorado, John Hickenlooper.
Please welcome members of the opening fireside chat on navigating today's headwinds to build the energy system of tomorrow, moderated by non-resident senior fellow and chairman of the Energy Advisory Group at Atlantic Council Global Energy Center and President Goldwyn Global Strategies, David L. Goldwyn.
Good morning and welcome. We're really an honor to have Senator Hickenlooper here. You've been, as we heard today, mayor of Denver, governor, senator, opened Colorado's first brew pub, and you're a geologist. I think other than quarterback of the Broncos, you've had every good job Colorado has to offer.
Well, Peyton Manning threw me a pass one time after practice, so I got close.
Terrific. Well, let's jump right in and talk about reconciliation. For here, I think that's on everyone's mind. We've seen the president calling for a bill by July 4th. We've seen the House big, beautiful bill passed by one vote, which the Senate declared dead on arrival. We've seen the Senate Finance Committee language, which the House has called, or at least two members of the House said they won't vote for. Can you take us through what's the process from here? What's the Senate going to do? And when is it going to do it?
So, and this is going to be a defining set of negotiations over the next few weeks, because there are so many divisions within the Republican Party and the Democratic Party that are, anchored down to a place where they don't feel they can move very far. And the reconciliation bill that is coming back, that we're beginning to see in the Senate, is going to be very, very harsh to a lot of Republican interests. If you look at where a lot of the incentives and tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act, which I was very involved in getting that passed, I know it pretty well, a lot of that, of those benefits go into red states, states that are, have Republican legislatures and governors, and they're going to lose not just the incentives going into their state, but the jobs, these new companies that are emerging. And I mean, it's not just wind and solar, it's geothermal. It's all these different sources of energy that are going to get sliced to pieces in many ways. Things like hydrogen we were talking about earlier gets almost eliminated. Distributed solar, where people putting it onto their homes, that's not quite as large a number in terms of how many billions of dollars will be cut and saved from the budget, but it is in jobs. You're talking not just tens of thousands, but probably hundreds of thousands of jobs, many of these now in red states. So with the tariffs and other things, you've got to keep in mind, are you fueling inflation? Are you beginning to see collateral damage that's going to come from this allegedly big and beautiful bill?
Yeah, it's a little unusual. I can't really recall a time when the Congress has considered revoking tax breaks, in the middle of their term. And yesterday we heard from all kinds of investors, J.P. Morgan and banks, and the two things they want for investment are regulatory certainty and fiscal certainty. And now we're creating a lot of potentially huge amount of waste. So do your fellow senators get this? And do you think that the Senate bill will be better than the Senate Finance Committee language? Do you think they will extend the term for some of these tax credits? Do you think they're going to address some of these red state issues?
It's hard to say, because there are so many different discussions taking place. And at least I know I've worked hard in the last 4 years to build relationships of trust with a number of Republican senators who I have great respect for. There are a number of former governors who are pragmatic and understand that we've got to come to a solution that's going to have a level of certainty that's missing from the equation right now. Whether they can each one has different priorities and interests that they have to balance, whether they will come together and say, all right, we're none of us going to get everything we want, but let's get this much hydrogen, this much wind, this much solar, this much geothermal, and try and piece it together. These start times or when they have to be completed by, I think start times are taking precedence now in most of the negotiations, which I think is a good thing. I think there's a good chance that we will get to some sort of a compromise in the Senate and then go back to the House. And that's if the Senate can get to a reasonable compromise where even all the Republicans feel that they've gotten someplace that they can defend, they can speak about in their re-elections, that'll be amazing progress. To get that, whatever that looks like, through the Senate is going to be an act of God.
And what happens from there? Will there be a formal reconciliation process, or will the Senate say, this is the bill we passed, if you want it on July 4th, sign it?
I think that's what's going to happen. But I suspect, if history is any predictor of the future, I suspect our president will insert himself probably not immediately, but before the Senate bill is completed, and try to get that bill close to where he thinks he can push it through in the House. I think the White House will have a voice in that. And again, I think the White House cares, as close as I can tell, cares about getting a bill. They want a good bill, something they can live with and campaign on, but they want to make sure they get something through by the 4th of July. Well, again, a lot of skeptics on that timeline.
Terrific. Let's talk a little bit about energy demand. Here, the conversation certainly yesterday has been, the phenomenal demand of hyperscalers, gigawatt demand, the likes of which we haven't seen in this country since, the end of World War II. And everyone's wondering where this energy is going to come from. We've heard a lot of talk about all of the above from industry. We haven't heard so much about all of the above from the administration. So from your perspective, and you're a geologist, so you know where the rocks are and where the stuff comes from, where do you see this demand coming from, and what do you think we can do as a country, or what you can do in the Senate to help make sure we can take advantage of this opportunity?
Well, if you looked at just the situation we have now, it's pretty bleak. So you need to put in some assumptions for innovation, and I think we're going to be able to build AI and not need quite as much energy as they're telling us today. Again, I have no inside source of information there. Certainly in terms of all of the above, the White House really has tried to distance themselves and really push back on any recognition of climate change as a real force. And I got a master's in Earth and Environmental Science back in 1979. Back then, we didn't call it climate change, we called it the greenhouse effect. But we predicted many of the circumstances and consequences that we see around us today, not just the extreme weather, the droughts, the warming of ocean temperatures, but across the board, most of those predictions, not all, but most of those predictions have come true. I think there are a number of Republican senators that recognize that climate change is real. They think it's not such a big deal. They don't feel the same sense of urgency. And I think the scientific community, and as I guess the one scientist in the Senate, I hold myself to account that we've got to do a better job of explaining to them why there needs to be a sense of urgency around climate change. Because I think we do need all of the above. When Secretary Wright talks about affordable energy so that we can make sure that we have natural gas that can be liquefied and shipped over to Africa, where 2 million people a year die from pulmonary issues directly as a result of burning open hearth fires to cook their food and heat their homes. That's something everybody should care about. But at the same time, climate change is real, and at the same time we're doing that, we've also got to be willing to push every source of energy we can that is cleaner. And by that I mean distributed solar, again, a place where we're going to lose hundreds of thousands of jobs if the Senate comes through with a draconian version of their bill and really slashes it down to the bone. Not just that solar, but down the list. Geothermal. Geothermal needs more research. They need investments to go to scale. There are a couple of significant companies now. Fervo is one that was in town yesterday that have immense progress. But right now, some significant investments in making sure that they can do the R&D and accelerate the R&D and do a couple projects at scale so they can demonstrate how that's going to dramatically reduce the prices. Things like geothermal, where we're using, or they are using, the technology developed by directional drilling from oil and gas and all the fracturing of rocks deep in the ground. It's very similar to what was developed by the oil and gas industry, and many of the same companies are involved. But more importantly, they're adapting that in real time to get better productivity. from the same investment, they're all of a sudden they're beginning to say, oh no, we can get much more energy out of this than we thought. And that's the part that's exciting, is that even as we're facing a pretty stark landscape of, we've got all these energy needs, and you add up all the different aggregate sources of energy, we're still a little short. And on top of that, whichever the House or the Senate budget, however this ends up, looks almost certain to abandon many billions of dollars that are invested in wind, solar, batteries, what have you. All of that, hopefully we'll be able to balance all of that out with these innovations like what we're seeing in geothermal.
It's very interesting, Aaron. We heard from the CEO of Devon and the general counsel from Williams, and oil and gas across line. It's not a matter of climate change. It's actually just, we need the energy. We need all of the energy. There's no reason to discriminate, which is, frankly, a new frame. But the big problem we've had in this country, whether it's renewables or gas pipelines or transmission, is everybody wants to go big, and it's really hard to go fast. And it's a permitting issue, and it's a permitting issue at the federal level. It's a permitting issue at the state level as well. There were all these permitting conversations, in the last Congress. Where do you think we're going fast? Technology is one answer, but how do we get out of our own way on permitting?
Well, permitting has been, again, another of these dividing issues where there should be an alignment of self-interest, that we've got to go faster. And things like, we haven't had a new mining law, a real mining law in this country for over 100 years, which is pathetic, because that means that we don't have a framework that the rest of the world can use. Usually we take the environmental progress we make in this country and the rest of the world follows us. Maybe not exactly, and they might dilute it a little bit. But we need to address things like mining, regional transmission lines. These things are taking 10 or 15 years to permit and go through the process. There's litigation. And historically, many of the many of the environmental organizations have blocked the speed at which this infrastructure can be developed. Well, if you want to address climate change, we don't have that luxury to litigate and slow down these types of investments. Critical minerals, I mean, if we're going to address climate change, forget about aerospace and our global communications, but just to focus on climate change, we need all kinds of metals, copper, nickel, some of the common metals, but also rare earth and a bunch of the more rare minerals and critical minerals. If we're going to be able to address climate change successfully, we need to develop mines faster. And we've got to make sure that we provide a level of environmental certainty, allow a full-scale picture of what happens before a mine is actually opened up. So in the planning process, make sure that you have indigenous peoples at the table, knowing what kinds of jobs are going to be there, if there's going to be a water project that creates enough water for that mine, is it also going to help villages in the area or local communities in the area? How do we operate a mine at the very highest level of environmental safety to make sure that we don't have pollution at scale or degradations? And then what's the remediation after the mine lives its productive life? How do we restore that landscape to something that the local community is going to be satisfied with? That should all be laid out so that communities know what they're in for if they're going to have a mine there, and it's not an awful thing. They're going to get jobs, they're going to get investments. For many communities, they'll want to embrace this. That alignment of self-interest is just waiting to happen. And we've done a couple of dinners. My wife and I have a row house about 2 blocks from the Capitol. We walk out in the morning, I look up, and there's the Capitol there. It's very sobering when things aren't going well. You see a couple hundred years that might go down the tubes if you don't help get our act together. But we've had CEOs from some of the largest mining companies in the world and CEOs from some of the largest environmental nonprofits at the dinner table, right? 8 or 10 people trying to figure out what is that alignment of self-interest where we actually all kind of have the same goals. How can we make sure we protect the environment, give predictability and a sense of security around having something scary like a mine in a community, but at the same time go a lot faster. Right? It's got to be transparent. It's got to provide the protections that communities need, but it's got to go faster. And I think that's going to be one of the challenges, not just in terms of mining, and transmission, but all kinds of investments we're going to need to get the energy we need and to make sure that we address climate change the way we need to.
Well, that's encouraging that you feel like the stakeholders are moving. Let me just ask you directly on the bill itself. What was the Manchin-Barrasso bill from the previous Congress? Do you think we have a chance in an all-of-the-above permitting reform bill in this Congress?
So it'll be. I think we do. The answer is yes. There's a lot of work to be done. At the beginning of this year, I sat down with Mike Lee, the senator from Utah, who is the chairman of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. I'm on that committee. And Martin Heinrich is the ranking member, the senior Democrat. And I think there's a consensus that we can get back. I thought that was a pretty darn good bill. And I spent a lot of time working on that bill. I'm not quite clear on why it didn't go forward, because we had Democratic votes. I think what will happen probably is that the bill will come back in a more, a more development side, skewed a little bit more to the Republican side, and we'll have to negotiate that because, again, this will be a bill that needs 60 votes. So those Democratic votes will have to be negotiated, and I think that we'll get a balanced bill. When I talked to Senator Lee about this, he was optimistic, and he's a pretty savvy, clear-eyed. I mean, we disagree on plenty of issues. He wants to sell a lot of public lands. I'm from the over my dead body. I realize you can't say that now. In a much more sobering way. It's just that you use these cliches that are no longer.
Not on my watch.
Yeah, really. Not on my watch to do. Anyway, I think he and I can find that alignment to make real progress there. We'll see.
That's encouraging. Well, you're a geologist, so I have to ask you about critical minerals. And we don't call them rare earths anymore because they're not really rare. They're just important, and it's really hard to get them out of the ground. So you've talked about the need for mining reform, which counts. But where in your view are we going to get these minerals from? And do you think we have a chance in the United States, where we have some significant reserves of these minerals, to extract them here, or should we keep focusing on finding these in other countries?
I think this is another place where it's a little bit all of the above, and I want to emphasize it's not just the extraction of critical minerals, but it's the refining, and in many cases, the refining, even more than the sourcing of these critical minerals, is being controlled by China, and certainly our greatest rival is China, I would argue, and they now, in many cases, dominate the refining of critical minerals in addition to the extraction. We are not going to be able, in this country, we definitely in this country need to be able to demonstrate a certain capacity to deliver and refine critical minerals, but we cannot do it by ourselves. And that's why it's so important that everybody who's here, and why the Atlantic Council, I think, is more important now than probably ever since its inception, because we need our network of allies. And whether we're talking about Europe and NATO, whether we're talking about Australia and Japan, we have an alignment of countries that share certain values and have historically worked very well together despite differences. Not that there haven't always been differences between the United States and our allies, but right now there is, at least I feel, there should be a real emphasis put on, all right, let's look on the positive parts. How can we continue to work together and make sure that the fractures that we see are not endemic? They don't lead to more fractures and deeper fractures and more problems. And I think, again, having organizations like the Atlantic Council allow us to build that muscle. And in many ways, it's a little bit like our mining. My wife often talks about how love is a muscle, and you've got to stick with it and keep it. Don't want to ever let it atrophy even a little. Our international relationships are like that, and I think not paying attention and working on toning that muscle, keeping that muscle vigorous, we do that at our own risk.
Well, we appreciate that. We're feeling the love here at the Atlantic Council, and certainly here, this is our 10th anniversary of the Global Energy Center, and in this room we have representatives both from governments and from companies from Europe, from Asia, from the Middle East, from Latin America. That's why we're the Global Energy Forum, and you hear from the corporations this consensus about the importance of North American integration, the importance of relationships with allies. If you could expand on that a little bit more for your colleagues in the Senate, particularly, the Republican Party had long been an internationalist party, and it's somewhat divided now. But do you see that sense of internationalism, that commitment to the transatlantic relationship from your colleagues across the aisle? And do you think we'll see an evolution in their communication to the administration that might moderate some of these frictions we're seeing now?
That's a complicated question, but yes, I do. And I think there are a number of Republican senators that historically have been vocal around the importance of these alliances. And I think they're still holding those beliefs. I don't think they've wandered away from the importance and the necessity of international alliances. They're having a hard time figuring out how to get to a compromise, because obviously there are people in the White House, and it's not always President Trump, but there are people in the White House that are real, true isolationists in the deepest sense, and many of these Republican senators just don't agree with that. And so they're looking, my opinion, I don't want to put any words in anybody's mouth, but they're trying to find what is that pathway by which we can build sufficient relationships that we can depend on each other, we can rebuild some of the trust that's there. I mean, that's, to my way of thinking, one of the greatest risks we face right now is how do we get the trust back? I mean, so many of these situations that we're in, cutting back on the investment in scientific research at almost every level, that corrodes the trust that many in the scientific community have in how America has always led the way in research and development and breaking new innovations and creating whole new ideas. That trust is essential. So whether it's the alliance that helps us face real adversity together and help each other solve it, or whether it's the trust that scientific research is ultimately going to benefit everyone, we can't overlook the importance of that feeling that we can count on each other.
Really helpful. Let me end on workforce development, because one of the things we heard from the hyperscalers and everyone else is we need the workforce of the future too, and we are behind on that. You serve on the Education Committee as well as Energy and Natural Resources, and you've got Colorado School of Mines and Boulder and others in your state. But what can we do? What can the Congress do about accelerating the development of the workforce that we need to meet all this energy demand and to meet all this infrastructure bill that's coming our way?
Oh, we should start with that question because we could spend an hour. I mean, Colorado School of Mines, I would argue the best mining school perhaps in the world. We're producing 600 mining engineers. If you add them all together, every major you can find at every relevant school, and China's 100 times that. In other words, they are creating the workforce that's going to help them take the lead in critical minerals and finding, extracting, and processing critical minerals. Each are fields themselves. They're going to be way ahead of us. But it's even deeper than that. What you're describing is really what we need is more of our young people to get involved in technology and science. And we've got to find more entry points. There are places in the Inflation Reduction Act where we actually were making investments to try and get more people from all different segments of our population. So rural kids to start taking and get excited about science. And what is that? What gets them excited? Is it space? Is it discovery, or is it agriculture? Where do we get them to begin to pay attention to the need for technology and science, and so that they can be prepared when they get to high school to make decisions and choose fields where there will be jobs? Because otherwise we are going to have a workforce that is woefully unprepared. And when you add in AI and what that's going to do to so many of the jobs that we just take for granted now, it becomes truly terrifying. That if we don't make massive investments and begin to rearrange how we structure those investments, we'll dig ourselves into a hole that we won't be able to get out of.
Great. Well, we appreciate your commitment to all those issues. We've come to the end of our time. You've been very generous with yours, and you've got to go back and help deliver a budget that will save the energy industry. So we don't want to hold you back from that. If we can please say our thanks to the Senator.
Thank you, David.
Please welcome members of the panel on Partnership for Prosperity. Can the U.S. and Europe both win in the America First era? Moderated by the Deputy Director of the Global Energy Center at Atlantic Council, Olga Kakova.
I'll just be right here, and this is perfect.
Yes.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to our global virtual audiences, and of course those who are joining us here in person. As mentioned, my name is Olga Kakova. I'm a Deputy Director for European Energy Security, and I'm very pleased to kick off today's conversation with an excellent panel. Today we'll dive into partnerships for prosperity and whether the U.S. and Europe can both win in this new America First era. And I have a fantastic panel to dive into these issues, and it's my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Klaus Wiener, who is the member of the German Parliament, the German Bundestag. We have Ambassador Morningstar, the founding chairman of the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center, Toby Rice, the Chief Executive Officer of EQT, and we have Torgrim Reitan, who is the Chief Financial Officer of Equinor. Help me welcome this panel. Thank you so much for being here today. Time is precious, and this topic is very interesting. I have a lot of questions for my panelists, so I'm going to dive right in. And Dr. Weena, we'll just start with you, but this question is for all of the panelists to kick us off. Where are we right now with the current partnership, transatlantic partnership? Where are we right now in terms of the current investment environment? Have we solved all of the permitting, financing, infrastructure issues? Are we there yet, or do you still think we have a little bit of work to do in some areas? Dr. Weena?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for having me. Where do we stand in the transatlantic relationship? I think it's fair to say that the EU on the one side and the US on the other, we have always been strong allies, especially following the war, and I think that we will continue to work on that. Now we all witness there are some issues at this point in time, but I would make the strong case that these issues are not strong enough to prevent us from being and continue to be very strong allies. Me personally, I'm a member of parliament, joined in 2021. I will work for that. I think the US is a natural ally for us. We share common values, freedom, democracy, and we have issues on trade. I'm realizing that, but I think we will work together, and there's always, as I say, room for improvement, of course. Yeah, we can work together on infrastructure, on defense, on energy, this forum here. So, yeah, there's room for improvement. We can do more, but I would still say that the relationship between the US on the one side and Europe on the other is still a good one, and we will work on that to make it even better.
Ambassador Morningstar, give us your overview of where are we currently. Give us a quick grade. Let's say 1 to 5. Where are we in the transatlantic partnership right now?
I've, needless to say, been a strong supporter of the transatlantic partnership going back to when I was ambassador to the EU a long, long time ago. And there's no question there are strains in the relationship. It depends a lot on who you talk to. I mean, Europe's not monolithic in any way. But I think the key right now is to find those issues that are in both of our interests and to work through those issues. LNG is clearly one of them. It's in the interests of the United States. It's in the interests of Europe that the U.S. sell a lot of LNG to Europe. Ironically, I was in Berlin for a conference that Friedbert Pfluger was holding back in March. Friedbert may be here. He's at the conference. I don't know whether he's in the audience now, but it was interesting in listening to comments at that conference, and there were people who actually said, well, you accuse us of, in the past, of having been dependent on Russia, and we've sort of learned our lesson from that, but should we become dependent on the United States now? And you actually hear some of that. And the answer is, yeah, there are issues clearly between the United States and Europe, some serious issues. But the last thing I think that Europe needs to worry about is the supply of U.S. LNG, because it's so much in the interest of the United States, and obviously Europe as well. So we need to find those areas that we can work together. That would include infrastructure, other things, and it can be done. Hey, when I was at the EU, we fought about bananas and foreign sales corporations. Maybe things are a little deeper now on some of the issues, but we just have to, we're our closest allies at the end of the day, and we just need to find ways to work together.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Toby, can we go to you next?
Yeah, I think the partnership opportunity is only getting larger. America, we have a lot of natural gas. Our opportunity here, in our estimates, United States has the ability to increase our LNG exports to over 60 BCF a day and be able to do that and sustain those levels for over 30 years. So we've clearly got the energy. And Europe clearly has the need. And we think Europe needs really two things to become clear. They need security of supply and they need flexibility. And they've got bold ambitions on the transition. And I think LNG is a really unique opportunity for us to provide both the security and the flexibility. You know, one of the things that we look at in Europe is a major trend happening. Not only just natural gas is the fastest growing energy source in the world, but what's happening in Europe, I think, is a really good microcosm of how that gas market is shaping up. Europe's gas market is becoming, even though it's shrinking, it's becoming more liquid and more exposed to LNG. So from over the last 10 years, we've seen Europe go from, call it 50 BCF a day or 500 BCM to about 450 BCM. But the share of LNG has grown to make up over a third of the gas supply coming into Europe. So we think that is going to create a really amazing opportunity for us to get these partnerships started. And then the best part about LNG is the flexibility. And if we can create these partnerships to get this LNG first call to Europe, if Europe doesn't need it, it can send it to the rest of the world. And one thing we know, the world needs more energy. And we think this partnership can not only be great for the U.S. and Europe, but also great for the world.
Thank you so much. As you're taking a drink of water, I'm going to you. Torgrim, give us your overview of where you're coming from.
You know, thanks, Olga. I would say that the U.S. has always been one of the best places to invest. You know, a business-friendly environment, predictable, you know, framework, and great access to capital. And I think that is what really has driven the competitiveness of the US globally for many, many decades. However, I would say that this needs to be safeguarded. There are certain things that are at risk. And I would like to give you 3 examples. One is, you know, the Empire Wind project, large offshore wind project outside Long Island, which we sort of are doing. In the midst of that project, it's a $6 billion project. We received a stop order and permits, you know, that had been granted after years of, you know, work were revoked, and we were sort of burning $50 million a week into that project. That is now back on track, and I just want to use the opportunity to thank Governor Hochul and also the President for reversing that decision. Very, very important. But clearly it creates an uncertainty that we are not used to because we take permits for granted when they are given. The second one is around tariffs. That creates uncertainty for the time being as a foreign investor. And then I would say, lastly, you know, ongoing discussions in the Senate on the new bill. And I would in particular draw the attention to Section 899, which is about, you know, taxing foreign investors and all of that. All of this, you know, creates uncertainty for us. And we clearly will ask for predictability. So my point is, we really need to safeguard the good investment climate there is in the U.S. And you know, we plan to invest $10 billion more in the U.S. over the next 10 years. We have already invested 60. But if anything, you know, uncertainty increases over demanded returns when we invest here in the U.S. So we are committed. We will contribute to the energy dominance agenda, but we are dependent on predictability around the investments that we are doing.
Thank you so much. We'll come back on that to dig in a bit more. Toby, allow me to go back to your comments. You mentioned, you know, we have the resources. There is a need for security, predictability, flexibility, transparency. As, you know, someone who's deeply involved on developing these partnerships, what's on your wish list in terms of, are there things missing on the financing end? Is there still infrastructure missing on both sides of the Atlantic, or are we there yet? Or is that no longer a barrier to building out these future partnerships? Are there other geopolitical things that you want to mention that you would like to see addressed?
Yeah, great question. So for us to get to that 60 BCF a day, which right now everybody knows we're at 15 to 16 BCF a day, LNG exports going to 30 over the end of the decade. But to get to that 60 BCF a day target, that, just to frame that up, that is probably going to be a $240 billion investment in LNG infrastructure. another $80 billion of investment in pipelines. And to bring those production volumes up, we're talking about $500 billion more development from companies like EQT. Don't worry about the $500 billion. That's something that we'd be really excited about doing. But the key to making all this work, permit reform, I think, is obviously needed. But I think it's inevitable permit reform happens because we just cannot live in a world like this where things cannot get built. But if I could snap my finger and have one thing, it would be getting the offtake, creating the partnership. And that's something that, with willing parties, with their interests aligned, as I just described, we can solve these things. And I think what's really important for people to understand is with this LNG and the flexibility, and just to put these numbers into perspective, our view on $240 billion of LNG infrastructure, what's the price of energy insecurity? What are we solving for? And, look at the energy bills in Europe in 22. Europe typically spends a couple $100 billion on their energy. And this energy insecurity, they spent over almost $1 trillion on their energy bills. So $800 billion, that's the cost of energy insecurity. We're talking about solving that multiple times over for a small investment. We just need to create the partnerships to make this happen. And then if we get to a place where Europe does not need the fully contracted amount of natural gas, that's where the flexibility comes in. And clearly, you look at the world appetite for natural gas has grown 20% over the last 10 years. There is going to be a tremendous opportunity for us to find homes for this natural gas to decarbonize their energy systems and also provide energy security to their parts of the world.
Thank you so much. Dr. Vina, I want to go to you next because you're hearing all these numbers, the ambitions, the opportunity, but also the existing massive volumes. Can LNG, can gas, can that play a role in the conversations that are happening right now on trades, on tariffs? Is there a role for that?
Well, absolutely. I know that, we all know that there is a discussion about trade deficits and surpluses and the like. And I know that in the end, trade is beneficial to all of us. And I actually learned that here in the US. I hold a PhD in economics, and when I did my PhD, I learned here in the US that trade is beneficial for all of us. Yeah, no matter whether you have a surplus or a deficit in the trade balance, it's beneficial. Now I understand that perhaps there is a case to be made to bring the deficit a bit down, and energy can be a wonderful case in point. Yeah, as was said rightly, Europe needs more energy. We need more energy. I would like to add that also at reasonable prices, secure, yeah, clean, yeah. But of course, the cost of energy is also a factor in being competitive. So we need this energy at reasonable prices. And of course, a hope there, talking as a politician now who cares a lot about our economy, is that of course we also get, the more we import, we get energy at a reasonable price, at a good price, so that our price competitiveness can also improve here. And yeah, to the extent that we import more, the trade deficit will come down, and then, of course, the situation we can pick up from there.
Thank you so much. Torgen, I want to come back to you on kind of how your diversified team, your diversified company is looking through these partnerships. We've heard really excellent comments from your fellow panelists on the next steps, what you would like to see. Could you talk through some of the partnerships on the innovative technologies, some of the partnerships on commercializing some of these solutions, but also broader partnerships on, we're really talking about the oil and gas engagement here. Where's the U.S., European exchange of knowledge piece? Where is that kind of best practices piece?
Thanks. A great question, by the way. Well, within energy, working together with other companies and other countries is the DNA of the industry. And, in the 70s and 80s, the oil and gas industry in Norway was actually built by Americans and some Europeans. And it is fascinating, traveling the world to Houston, Rio, Lagos, elsewhere. You meet people that knows the back streets of Stavanger. And, it's just great. It's just a good example that, we are in this together as such. And the technology development that sort of came to Norway and we developed further has created, a great basin in Norway. And now we are sort of investing in the U.S. U.S. is now the most important country outside of Norway for us. So $60 billion invested. 400,000 barrels per day in production in many states, and 800 U.S. businesses is within our value chain. So, I mean, we are deeply ingrained in sort of the U.S. industries. And technology transfer, as your question, is clearly a key to that, whether that is sort of deep water, high pressure, high temperature technologies, or whether it is sort of, more sort of commercial, ways of doing business. And I must say, as Toby has raised already, the importance of cross-Atlantic trading and having cross-Atlantic value chains to drive security and affordability and commitment is top of our agenda. So I'm really looking forward to continue to work on that.
Thank you so much. So we did a really good job of summarizing where we are today in terms of the partnerships, key issues, key opportunities. But let's dive in on the demand side. Ambassador Morningstar, I'm going to go to you on a quick overview here. How important is it for Europe to define a very clear vision of, two things, the broader role of natural gas in its energy system, but also the role of Russian gas in the long-term future, and what kind of signals does that send to other companies, other partners across the globe, including United States? And why is a clear vision, a clear plan important?
Well, obviously it's important. And that there's no way that geopolitical issues are not going to get mixed in with commercial issues. You were talking about cost and price and so forth, and what do you pay for security? And I think there has to be a very important discussion in Europe as to how much do you pay for security? Again, when I've been over there, I keep going, Russian piped gas is cheaper. Well, what does that mean if they shut it off? Or what does it mean if the gas isn't as clean as they can get from other places? So you have to look at price and investment, not purely from a dollar and cent standpoint, but with respect to other issues as well. I think that in spite of differences that the U.S. and Europe have had, that the time is ripe for even greater cooperation on LNG, and the recognition that U.S. LNG will be more secure, U.S. LNG will be cleaner, that it'll be easier ultimately to work with the United States to ultimately comply with EU regulations with respect to methane and so forth. And the other thing I would emphasize is gets back to the whole question of partnerships and the importance that the private sector has to play in the relationship. And dealing with European companies, dealing with U.S. companies is a critical way to maintain the transatlantic partnership.
Thank you, Ambassador. Toby, let's go to you next on when you're navigating future deals, future opportunities in potential expansion of operations. How important is the messaging that's coming from Europe, from our European allies, in terms of the strategy, a broader strategy around natural gas and the role that it will play in the long term, the role that natural gas will play in decarbonization? And are you paying attention to the policies that are currently being developed towards future Russian resources? For example, there is a very exciting communique that came out from the European Commission. We're waiting for some more, some additional information on the legislative piece of that. So tell us how those developments are impacting your business decisions.
Yeah, paying very close attention to the phase out of Russian energy, and we applaud the effort, and we believe it is very feasible, and are excited to see that people are excited about replacing that source of energy supply. When we think about our role and our strategy in business, it's easy for us as business owners to say we're going to get the political force out of the way and let market forces rule. Well, here we have a very clear situation where we've got partners that have needs paired up, syncs up very well with the needs of other partners. We have the gas supply. Market forces are not enough to get these type of big deals put in place. And we're going to need to have politicians, and we're going to need to have our leaders step up and provide helpful context that goes above just the business elements of us doing an LNG trade. Governments need to recognize the important attributes of energy, and governments have certainly recognized the clean aspects of energy, and you look at how they've influenced energy markets on subsidies. Governments are now starting to pay attention to the price of the energy that's coming in, and they also need to factor in the security of the energy that's coming in. And right now, one thing that has been discounted so significantly and not valued has been the reliability of the energy systems that we have. And governments need to understand this. Who wears that risk? It's the government. Because with unreliable systems, when the crisis happens, who's holding the bag? It's the government that's going to be subsidizing these energy bills. I mean, just look at what happened in Europe. And if they don't address that, then the people are ultimately holding the bag, and they're going to demand new leadership. So it's a great opportunity for us to embrace partnerships with leaders on the politician side, and it's very helpful for you all to set big trade agreements, give us the big picture, and then we can work and connect the dots. But this is going to take a tremendous amount of collaboration, both on business and on leaders around the world.
Thank you so much, Toby. And Torgrim, let's go to you on the U.S.-Norway cooperation that was instrumental in terms of helping Europe diversify and stay secure during Russia's manufactured energy crisis. And going into the future, how does this cooperation continue, and how important are the geopolitical messages, cohesion on those, and having a clear, synchronized pathway forward?
Okay. Yeah. No. Thanks. So first of all, I would like to say that the terrible war on Ukraine was a true eye-opener for Europe and actually the world around energy security. And I would argue that sort of energy discussion in Europe, clearly was driven very much about energy transition and clean energy for many years. After that attack, that dialogue has become much more differentiated. I mean, energy transition is still important, but a much more content around energy security and using energy as driving competitiveness as such. In that regard, I must say that to EU and Germany, the ability to build LNG regasification capacity at short notice, and that capacity was just very, very impressive. And suddenly, Norway and Equinor, we became the largest energy provider to Europe, and we felt that the whole Europe relied on us, and we stepped up absolutely maximum on what we can, and we take that responsibility very, very seriously to be there for Europe. And then US really stepped up as well, as you mentioned, Toby, on the LNG side. So that has really helped the situation. But I would say that the gas market in Europe has changed forever. First of all, it is now seen as a much more long-term fuel, not just a bridging fuel, but a long-term fuel to drive competitiveness. And secondly, it has moved from being a pipeline priced market to an LNG priced market, as you said, Toby, which is a much higher price. I would say twice as high as it used to be, meaning that LNG exports to Europe suddenly has become much more attractive than in the past. So I think there is, on your question on alliances, I think there is something around connecting the US gas markets to the European gas market is very, very important commercially, but I would say as important from a security perspective and stability perspective. This is all about alliances, And as has been mentioned, this is much more than sort of net present value on commercial deals. This is about energy security and figure out who are we going to work together with in the world when it comes to energy going forward. So I see natural gas as a clearly very, very important commodity to drive security and drive alliances, across the world. And, we have worked together with EQT quite a lot and made deals. And currently, we are the 10th largest gas producer in the US, and we have LNG capacity. So clearly, we want to work on that agenda going forward.
Thank you. Dr. Weena, has the energy and the gas market changed forever for Europe? And how is the new formed government in Germany addressing some of the decision-making point at the EU level in terms of the pathway to reduce reliance on Russian energy sources?
Well, absolutely. I mean, the gas market has changed dramatically given the developments that we have witnessed over the last 2 to 3 years. And I would like to make that also clear here, that for the foreseeable future, I mean, who knows what will happen in 100 years, but for the foreseeable future, there will be no Russian gas in Europe. And I also applaud the decision of the European Commission to say we phase the remains that there are 15%, we phase it out. Having said that, we also have, of course, a need now to replace 15% in a fairly short time span. We talk 2 years here. So working together with suppliers, the US, Norway, we definitely want to do that. And in that respect, yeah, clearly the market has changed tremendously. And I would also like to add, we have a new government, that the big difference from this government to the one we had before is also that we are very keen on engaging in long-term relationships. The prior government has said, well, we need gas as a bridge technology. And sometimes they didn't even want to enter into longer-term contracts. I think this is changing now. This has changed now. We want long-term contracts because we are convinced that gas will play a large role as a bridge technology for quite some time to come. And hence, we are definitely looking at partners which can supply us for a long period of time with a high level of security with the gas that we need.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your overall message in terms of the long-term future, but also what this means for this government right now. When we talk and try to compare Russian gas to global supply chains, yes, the security question often comes up, but there's also the broader sustainability, methane reductions, just even transparency around the supply chain. And suppliers in the United States and around the world have invested tremendous amounts into reducing methane emissions and other environmental factors. Toby, could you talk about some of the solutions that you've implemented, how you're thinking through the methane reduction pathway on why is this important? Is this a short-term question? Is this a global issue? Is this something that only Europe cares about, or is this more of a global competitiveness question?
Yeah, methane emissions, let's start with why it's important. Methane emissions very clearly is the biggest environmental concern about natural gas today, and we need to take that very seriously. A few years ago, we were talking with Secretary Granholm, and she obviously had very big concerns over methane emissions, and we looked at the situation and said, keep the bullseye on methane emissions because we're going to knock it out of the park. Now, over the last 4 years, we're proud to say, EQT, we are the largest energy producer at scale, the only one for now that is net zero on a scope 1 and 2 basis. What does that tell you? It tells you we've handled the methane emissions. Why it's important? We cannot let the public's concern over the emissions associated with making our product overshadow the emission reduction benefits of people using our product. And just to give you all an example of how big of an opportunity this is, at EQT, our carbon footprint is around a few 100,000 tons. That's what it takes for us to run our rigs, do our completions, take care of the wells. It's a few 100,000 tons, and that includes methane emissions. And some people are saying we need to shut down natural gas development because that carbon footprint is too high. Well, if you take a step back and understand that those operations and that carbon footprint will produce an amount of product when put on the world stage to replace higher emitting forms of energy like coal, will have a decarbonizing impact of over 150 million tons. That's why we need to take care of methane emissions. And bringing massive amounts of transparency, I think, is going to be as equally important as actually taking care of the methane emissions themselves. And so we are very supportive of the gas certification frameworks that are coming out there. This is going to be the environmental third-party auditors that are coming in and saying what we're doing is actually what's taking place. We're taking to the skies and doing aerial monitoring for methane emissions. We're flying the entire Appalachian Basin, which is the largest gas field in the world. We're monitoring an area looking for methane emissions. We're monitoring an area equivalent to the size of France to give people confidence that we're looking at everything. And then on top of that, we're partnering with new technologies, both blockchain and AI-driven. One company called Context Labs, which is going to produce a full cycle carbon intensity score. So stitching together the carbon footprint with our upstream productions through the pipelines across the world to your facilities and producing a full cycle carbon intensity score, massive amounts of transparency, and it's absolutely important. So we can focus the world, if they care about decarbonizing, on actual what we can do with natural gas to decarbonize the world.
Thank you so much, Toby. Torgrim, going to Equinor's approach and the innovative solutions implemented in CCUS and other technologies to manage carbon emissions, but also other environmental impacts. What is the transatlantic piece of that conversation, and why the transatlantic engagement is important for scaling some of these solutions?
Okay, no, thanks. Yeah, I just want to say what we just heard is very impressive. And when it comes to methane emissions, I would argue that is probably the most cost-efficient way to reduce climate emissions, because it's not very expensive technology. But you need to understand where it comes from, and you need to do changes to your tools and all of that. But it's clearly a big source that we can attack together. On other technologies, first point I would say that the speed of transition in many of these technologies is slower now than a few years back, and particularly seen in hydrogen and others. When it comes to carbon capture and storage, we still see quite a bit of momentum. We are engaged in the US, in Louisiana and Texas, and then we are working on potential significant European projects. It's actually gathering CO2 from industrial areas like the Ghent areas and Wilhelmshaven area in Germany, and pipe it in big pipelines to the North Sea and injecting into reservoirs. So that is what we're working on. Still not ready to invest, but we hope we can bring that forward not too far into the future. When that value chain is in place, we can transport and store CO2 in big scale, and we have the ambition that the Norwegian continental shelf can be sort of the big storage for Europe of CO2 in the future. Of course, we need to make money on this. We are not doing this without sufficient returns, but we do think it should be possible to do this. So for the 2040s and onwards, we do hope that this can be a good revenue for us. We work closely with governments in Europe to try to lift this.
Thank you so much. Yes, the economics in the long term will be critical for these technologies. Dr. Weena, can we go to you on Germany's perspective of how that has evolved, perhaps over the last 5, 10, or especially the last 3.5 years, just social perception of LNG, and how that has evolved under the economic pressures through the energy crisis, but also looking into the long term of maintaining industrial competitiveness and broader energy security, not just in Germany, but the region. And how does this conversation around reducing methane emissions and broader transparency around supply chains, do you see that impacting the social license for natural gas LNG in Germany and broader region in the long term?
Well, I think it's fair to say that awareness about the need to have secure, clean, affordable energy has risen tremendously over the last 3 to 4 years, given the events that we've seen and the spike in energy prices that we've seen. I think prior to that, it was more or less taken for granted that energy is not abundant, but sufficiently high, available at reasonable prices. But given the developments that we had seen, I think that awareness among the general public has risen tremendously. Now we have installed a lot of capacity regarding imports of LNG. If we had done that 10 years ago, I'm pretty sure there would have been a huge outcry, publicly speaking, to build that in the North Sea, a protected area. But I think that given the circumstances we are in now, people realize there is a need to import LNG, and I think that it is supported quite a lot. The same is true, by the way, for carbon capturing and storage. I know that the discussion over the last 3 to 4 years have been revolving around, we only use that for the emissions we cannot avoid at all means, by all means. Yeah? I think now the discussion is more around to what extent can it help us to become climate neutral, while at the same time we maintain the strong industrial base. And that point I also want to stress, the strong industrial base that we still have. I always think in terms of level and change. The level of the industrial base in Germany is still strong. The change that we've seen over the last 2 to 3 years is not with the sign that we would like to see. Yeah, we want to have even a better development, but with the approach that we are now taking, being very pragmatic on the energy that we get, employing these technologies like carbon capturing and storage, I think that we will head in the right direction again. And me personally, I'm actually quite optimistic with this economic policy turnaround that we are currently implementing, that we will pretty soon again see much better news again coming from Germany.
Thank you so much. Ambassador Morningstar, do we have a cohesive transatlantic vision around the role of natural gas and broader decarbonization efforts?
Well, to answer your question and to maybe follow up on your comments, as an outsider, as an American, I've noticed change in Europe and in Germany, and a lot of it brought about by the Ukraine war, that the political situation is somewhat different. There's been a lot of concern among the population about the cost of the energy transition. I was in Brussels when the farmers were dumping all sorts of stuff on the streets and couldn't get to meetings. And so I think there is a recognition that gas is going to continue to be important, and that it's not an either-or proposition with the energy transition. And I think that allows for a lot of cooperation between the United States and Europe with respect to gas, trying to make it the cleanest possible, as clean as possible, but clearly a recognition on LNG. We haven't talked about nuclear. A lot of change on what the attitude is towards nuclear. I mean, I was in Germany when the decision was made to shut down the nuclear plants. I remember being at the economics ministry talking to a high-level person on the energy side, said, well, the chancellor's office has decided we're going to shut down nuclear and we can replace it. They said, we have no idea how we're going to do it. But in any event, so the attitude has changed somewhat there, and that's an area for nuclear is an area for cooperation. Fusion is an area for cooperation. Other technologies are areas for cooperation. And again, ultimately, it's the private sector and it's the companies who are going to make these determinations. Yeah, this administration is deregulating a lot of stuff with respect to the environment, but I'm hearing from companies, we don't necessarily like that. We're going to have to continue to make to make cleaner LNG. We're going to have, apart from shareholders' concerns and so forth, and environmental concerns, to be able to compete, to be able to do business in Europe. So never underestimate the role that the private markets are going to play with respect to all of these issues, and things are going to develop on a course, whatever individual governments might be in place or not at any point in time.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. And you have gracefully pivoted us towards kind of a broader theme of other technologies. Of course, we always think of natural gas and LNG as being the anchors of trade and cooperation and energy security, but so many other exciting developments are happening. Torgrim, may I go to you on maybe some of those other exciting technologies, including the critical minerals discussion and how we can work together as partners? I know Equinor has some updates on how you're approaching the diversification of supply chains and where can the U.S. play a role in those partnerships.
Okay, yeah. I think we're touching upon another element that is going into sort of security of supply, self-sufficiency type of issue, and it is critical minerals in a way. On sort of driving the whole society towards more electrification, more data centers, and all of that, it will take energy, which we have talked about. It will take, critical minerals, and it will take massive investments into grids and systems and all of that, and probably a lot of other limiting factors. But we do see, critical minerals as something that is on the rise when it comes to attractiveness as such. We do not have big investment into that space, but we have lithium investments in the US and also in Europe, and we are investing in Arkansas and Texas. So we'll see. It's not a big strategy, but we have the toe in the water, and if it works, we will be more interested in pursuing those opportunities as well, because we do think it plays along all the other big themes we are investing according to.
Thank you so much for that summary. So you mentioned data centers, and I think throughout this Global Energy Forum, yesterday I think I've counted 100 times maybe. The naming data centers, AI, mentioning that as part of the conversation. So I'll be going to you. We mentioned the demand questions around, what future sources, where the future sources will be coming from, including Russia, the question around that, but also where the demand growth will be, what it will be driven by, including data centers, AI development. How does that enter into your calculations for, increased partnerships, increased production, increased, transfer?
Yeah, the story for American natural gas over the past 4 years has been LNG has been the biggest source of demand. There's a new girl at the dance called AI. She's very beautiful. And this is another thing I think that's happening in our backyards. But, one thing's clear. From the AI, just to frame up the energy demands here, we're seeing probably between 4 and 8 BCF a day of natural gas to meet the AI demands here. Just electrification in general could be anywhere from 10 to 18 BCF a day. America, we've got that covered. I mean, we've got 60 BCF a day of surplus production capacity that we could have in this country. 30 of that goes to LNG. You've got plenty left over for AI. So the needs are going to be met. But just to put this into context, the pace of that supply chain, I think a lot of people are frustrated at the speed, because people are saying a lot of big things and there haven't been a ton of announcements. Fortunately, in this value chain, energy is a smaller cost input than, for every $1 billion of power plants you're building, it's going to require $20 to $30 billion of investments on the chips. So it would be an absolute shame if natural gas was the pinch point in that value chain. That will be the case if we don't get permit reform handled here in the U.S. But I think that the key theme here is the driver, and you heard Sam Altman say it. So, the ultimate, as this matures, the cost of AI is going to be dependent on the cost of energy. And so we think America is in a great position. We've got some of the cheapest energy in the world. And for people that want to have AI ambitions and be a leader there to create that next leg in the value creation of their industries, they're going to need to, the cost of energy is just become even more important. I think everybody understood how important energy security was when the bombs dropped in Ukraine. I think this AI hit that's coming is going to just raise the stakes of everything that we're talking about here today.
Thank you so much, Chubby. Dr. Wiener, before we go into some of the closing comments from all of the panelists, I don't want to miss out on an opportunity to have you respond to Ambassador Morningstar's comments on nuclear and how that has changed or not changed in the last few years.
Well, that's a very touchy issue in my home country. We've had many periods of back and forth. Perhaps the decision 2011 was a bit quick. Perhaps we could have thought twice about what we are doing here. Now, when the Ukrainian war broke out, we still had 3 nuclear power plants fully in operation. We had 3 which were just shut off by the end of December 21. And I had been fighting in Parliament hard that we keep those 6 that we, in my mind, could have still had with a total electric energy of 70 terawatt per annually, which is about half of what we need in the energy-intensive sector. I think we should have used that for longer. Now these are being dismantled. This was the decision of the old government. It's very difficult to bring them back into the grid. But having said that, looking ahead, I think that the new government is very open when it comes to new developments in that area. The ones which have just been shut off are the so-called second and third generation power plants. We now have the small modular reactors, we have the advanced modular reactors, and we have fusion, an area in which we also have wonderful companies in Germany which focus a lot on that, to work on that. So I think that we are a lot more open towards using this as an additional form of energy again.
Thank you so much. Just a couple of minutes left, so we will do a quick lightning round. And I will go and ask each of the panelists 2 things. Going forward, what are you most optimistic, most excited about in terms of the transatlantic partnership? And give us some homework. Give us the action item. What would you like to see? One of the key things you want to see changed, done, action. So something to be optimistic about and a little to-do task for us. Let's start with you, Torgrim, if that's okay. I'm putting you on the spot, I know.
Yeah, you didn't give me many seconds to think here, Olga. But no, thank you. Yeah, opportunity. I think the greatest opportunity is that we need to realize that we belong together. We share, culture, we share history. I would say we share values, and I would say we are sort of the perfect allies for the future. So I think that is a great opportunity because along with that comes business, and I do think as sort of private investors, we need to take the responsibility to play along that sort of alliance. So that's sort of, greatest opportunity. The second was the challenge, huh? Yeah.
I'd say action,
action, okay, yeah.
What's the action? How do you
I think sort of both from, governments and regulators in Europe and the US, I think we need to create predictability in sort of investment climate, take away barriers, and reduce sort of inefficient taxation as such. And this goes also to Europe as it goes to the US. I think that is sort of a challenge that we need to address forcefully.
Thank you. Toby?
Yeah, so I think we covered the opportunity we have in front of us. It makes so much sense. So what's the action? What do we need in this world? We need leadership, and we need people willing to step up. And I can only imagine how difficult it is to manage the stakeholders of entire countries and regions of the world. We know this is the right thing to do. It's going to be difficult. You're not going to make everybody happy, but it's absolutely necessary. We need leadership to get this to make this happen.
Thank you. Ambassador?
I would just emphasize again how critical the transatlantic partnership is, that we, as we look into the immediate future, that we don't let our differences interfere with our cooperation on important issues that are in the interest of both the U.S. and Europe. We talked about, obviously LNG being one, other issues. And third, that the private sector take even a more leading role in creating this cooperation and doing its best to keep governments from doing stupid things.
Thank you, Ambassador. Dr. Wiener, one thing you're optimistic about, one action.
Optimistic, I'm about energy, and the action, the homework that we have is bring down tariffs to zero on both sides.
Well, I am afraid we are running out of time on those action items and those optimistic notes. I really thank our fantastic panel, our audience here in person at the second day of the Global Energy Forum, and those who are viewing this online. This is, again, a recorded session, so you will be able to see it, rewatch it, share it with your friends. Again, please help me with thanking this fantastic panel.
Our sessions will resume on the leadership stage and here in the energy stage at 11 a.m. Coffee service is available in the lobby. The panel on securing energy infrastructure for military readiness will begin in 5 minutes on the leadership stage. The leadership spotlight will begin in 5 minutes on this stage, energy stage. The panel on securing energy infrastructure for military readiness will begin in 5 minutes on the leadership stage. The leadership spotlight will begin in 5 minutes on the energy stage. Please take your seats. The programs will begin shortly. Please welcome members of our Leadership Spotlight, A Connected Continent Unleashing North American Energy, moderated by President and Chief Executive Officer, TC Energy, Francois Poirier.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jamie Smith, and I'm the energy editor of the Financial Times newspaper. It's my great pleasure to moderate this session with Francois Poirier, President and Chief Executive of TC Energy. TC Energy is the only natural gas pipeline company with assets in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. It moves roughly 30% of the gas consumed in North America through its vast network. Under Francois' leadership, the company is investing heavily in the United States to meet the surging demand caused by the artificial intelligence revolution and the booming trade in LNG. TC Energy is a continental energy leader at a time when geopolitics is reshaping energy markets and cross-border trade. President Trump's tariff policies are testing relationships with America's closest neighbours, including Canada, the country of Francois' birth. So there's no better person to talk us through the theme today, A Connected Continent, Unleashing North American Energy. Thanks for joining us, Francois.
Pleasure to be here.
Maybe if we start with the current situation in the US. So President Trump has gone as far as declaring a national energy emergency in the United States, even using it to order coal and gas power plants to be kept open. How do you see the situation in North America?
Well, I've been in the energy infrastructure business, Jamie, for 35 years, and I don't recall ever seeing a long-term electricity demand growth forecast as robust as we have now for the next 20 or 25 years. And even before the emergence of data centers generating all this demand for energy, we had many of the independent system operators in the U.S. Highlighting the fact that there was a critical need for investment in the transmission grid to sustain the stability and the reliability of the systems. And so when you add to that the emergence of accelerated energy demand, which is driving demand for natural gas as well, it is actually a critical situation. And in effect, I think what we need to ask ourselves is, can the energy grid of yesterday and today meet the energy needs of tomorrow? And I think there's quite a bit of investment that's required. It needs to be done in a very timely manner. And so, in my opinion, we are really in an energy emergency in the US and in North America.
Is gas the answer to that energy emergency? Because we've heard that there are delays in turbines. It's going to be difficult to build these power plants quickly. But what role for gas?
Well, I think when you look at what's typically referred to as the 5 nines of reliability of a data center, for example, that means that a data center can only be down 5 minutes and 15 seconds in a year. Renewable energy is intermittent by its nature because it's weather dependent, and so the ability to advance, add capacity to power generation from nuclear will take, it's at least 10 years to develop and build a nuclear plant. So the timelines for natural gas power generation are, they're still long, 3 to 5 years with supply chain constraints and permitting, et cetera, but they are shorter than any other form of energy. So the actual fact is we need an all of the above strategy. Every form of electricity generation should be pursued to expand capacity of the grid, not only for meeting data center demand, but meeting LNG export growth, which of course contributes to global energy security.
Let's talk a little bit about LNG then. I mean, Canada, US, Mexico, what role do they have? Can they supply the world's LNG needs?
Excuse me, very much so. It's amazing what's happened in the United States over the last 15 years. From virtually, a standing start 15 years ago, the United States has become the largest exporter of LNG in the world. We forecast growth in LNG exports over the next 10 years to triple, from 13 BCF a day to 38 BCF a day. Amazing entrepreneurship and ingenuity and commercial acumen from the U.S. energy sector, which is not at all surprising. And now Canada is beginning to play a role there as well, with the commissioning of the very first LNG export facility occurring in the next weeks in northern British Columbia. And we see Mexico also developing its own LNG export infrastructure as well. So I think North America will play a growing role in meeting the world's energy requirements, particularly with a desire to reduce reliance on Russian energy for the free and democratic world.
Yeah, I actually went on a tour of LNG Canada 3 weeks ago, and it was fantastic. It's the first LNG facility that Canada's going to build, but there are others planned. What do you make of Mark Carney's idea of turning Canada into an energy superpower? Is that possible? And could it compete with the US?
So it is very much possible. I would say that for the first time in more than a decade, we have a government in Canada that is supportive of and understands the importance of developing energy infrastructure. It is Canada's form of hard power on the global stage is its natural resources. And frankly, it's been underinvested and underdeveloped for quite a long time. When you also factor in some of the trade tensions between Canada and the US, it's important for Canada to diversify its customer base. Right now, 99% of natural gas that's exported from Canada is exported to the US. And while I believe there is even more that Canada can do to help the US achieve its energy dominance, there's also an opportunity for Canada to diversify its end-use markets. So as in the US, there's lots of work that needs to be done around policy reform, around regulatory reform, judiciary reform as well. But the business need in there and the policy support is there for the first time in a while.
Is there enough demand globally to accept Canadian LNG? I mean, and the Gulf of Mexico, we're really ramping up there, and other countries are jumping on board. You think there's enough demand?
Very much so. I do see Asia as the natural market for Canadian LNG. All of the LNG exports in Canada will come from the west coast of British Columbia. It has a 10-day shorter delivery time to Asian markets than the U.S. Gulf Coast has. That's a big transportation cost advantage. Also, the Western Canadian Basin, natural gas pricing for the underlying commodity is far lower, which makes it more competitive. So definitely there's an opportunity for Canada to compete with the U.S. and others to supply Asian markets. But I believe demand in Asia will be met by both growth in U.S. LNG exports as well as Canada's.
Your pipelines, as I mentioned in the intro, are all across the continent. So that's a lot of infrastructure. But is there more to this interconnected energy system than just cross-border infrastructure? What other factors are important, do you think?
Well, what's interesting is more energy crosses back and forth across the U.S.-Canada border than any other border in the world. And it's because energy flows ignore borders. Western Canadian natural gas supplies the Pacific Northwest of the U.S. The Pacific Northwest is almost totally reliant on Canadian natural gas to meet its requirements. By the same token, Appalachian gas in the U.S. is meeting a significant amount of demand in central and eastern Canada. We have heavy oil from Western Canada supplying the Midwest and U.S. Gulf Coast refineries. Those refineries are configured for heavies, not the light oil that is produced by America. We have electricity flowing across those borders, and Canadian uranium supplies most of the 92 nuclear plants in the United States. So there is, and then I would say also that each country supports the reliability of the other to the extent there's a supply interruption because of weather or otherwise. So it's quite a symbiotic relationship, and in my view, the cross-border nature of energy flows actually helps both countries be more prosperous than they would be separately.
Okay, so now we've had the tariffs. We've had a tariff scare for energy. I'm not so sure. I don't think the tariffs are applying if you're part of this free trade agreement. But is there a risk that this is going to destroy the relationship? You know, what are companies feeling about this at the minute?
Well, right now, under the USMCA agreement, there is an exemption for energy flowing across the borders to the extent Canada can demonstrate what's called the rules of origin, as long as the energy is produced in Canada and Canada's just not a through market for production from other countries. So that's worked relatively well. I don't believe that this will damage the relationship. I believe that the relationship will actually get stronger. Interestingly, with our assets being in all three countries, we've had a change in government in all three countries in the last 12 months. And I would say for the first time in quite a long time, there's a policy alignment in all three countries around the importance of energy might, along with economic might and military might, in contributing to energy security for each of the three countries. So that policy alignment is there. Canada, the US, and Mexico approach how to get it done very differently because of some of the cultural and regional differences in each of the three countries. But all three countries understand the role energy dominance plays in global security.
And actually, you mentioned in the green room, maybe you shouldn't have, that you attended the G7 recently. Is there anything you could tell us about the mood among the G7 leaders and the business community that often attends these types of meetings?
So, it's very clear that tensions in the Middle East are overshadowing, some of the original agenda, and I'm not privy to any of those types of conversations. But I will say there is a recognition, and I've had the opportunity to meet with President Sheinbaum, with foreign affairs ministers from a few countries, and there is a recognition that there needs to be more collaboration between government and the private sector to understand how to attract more capital to invest in infrastructure. And again, I think it stems from that alignment across all three countries in North America that energy might leads to AI might and AI dominance and all of the other all the other global security benefits that come with that. So it's a challenging time geopolitically in the world, which to me has underscored the valuable role that energy can play, having affordable, reliable energy across the free and democratic world, how important that is to global geopolitics.
Maybe bringing it back to the United States, President Trump wants to unleash American dominance around the world. What are you seeing on the ground? Is that possible? What needs to happen to make that possible?
So first thing we need is faster timelines for permitting and more certainty around the outcomes. Uncertainty is the enemy of investment. I'll give you an example. We just got a permit for a pipeline in Virginia. Very simple project. We're taking an old pipeline out of the ditch with a smaller diameter and replacing it with a larger diameter pipeline so that we can move more gas through it on our existing right-of-way. We were very proud to receive our permit 6 months early, but it took 29 months. It should not take 29 months to get a permit to replace a pipeline in an existing right-of-way. So we need more clarity and a greater sense of urgency around getting our permits early, particularly when you're upgrading infrastructure on existing rights-of-way. We also need legislation to clarify various agencies' obligations because there's a lot of litigation that happens when there's vague language in various statutes that opponents of the energy industry like to take advantage of. So litigation has been a big source of slowing down infrastructure development in addition to permitting. And I think this administration and the president is extremely strategic. He understands the role energy plays, turning megawatt hours into intelligence. He understands helping supply the free and democratic world with the energy it needs. And I believe the impetus is there and the motivation is there to improve this. And in fact, they've looked to industry to help them understand what our needs are.
Francois, I have lots of other questions which I haven't been able to get to in our allotted time, unfortunately. Maybe just one last one very quickly and a few words answer. Mark Carney, is he very different to Trudeau for the energy sector in Canada?
Yes, he has a sense of urgency. His focus on developing infrastructure is legitimate. He knows Canada has ignored the Arctic, has ignored its own energy security for too long, and he's very focused on seeing it happen. And I think he and President Trump will get along very well.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Please welcome the members of the panel on the role of nuclear energy in global energy security, moderated by the Director, Nuclear Energy Policy Initiative at the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center, Jennifer T. Gordon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jennifer Gordon, and I'm so delighted to introduce our esteemed panelists for this conversation. First, Alicia Duncan, Deputy Assistant Secretary for International Cooperation at the Office of Nuclear Energy at the U.S. Department of Energy. Dr. Sama Bilbao Elion, Director General of the World Nuclear Association. Jeremy Pocklington, CB, Permanent Secretary, Department of Energy Security and Net Zero in the Government of the United Kingdom. Ambassador Georgette Mosbacher, co-chairman of the Atlantic Council's 3Cs initiative, and Rob Rudish, Chief Business Development Officer of Synthos Green Energy. So, if you've noticed, there's been a lot of news lately about nuclear energy. About 3 weeks ago, I think, President Trump signed 4 executive orders on nuclear energy aimed at quadrupling nuclear energy capacity in the United States by 2050. And just last week, we also heard the news about the World Bank overturning its ban on nuclear project finance. So we have a lot to talk about. And Alicia, I would like to start with you. Much of the focus of the Trump administration's recent executive orders has been on domestic licensing and deployment. However, the administration has also articulated an ambitious agenda for civil nuclear exports in the executive orders. Could you talk to us a little bit about DOE's mission and your work, especially in emerging market countries?
Certainly, and thank you for having me, Jennifer, and the great turnout that the Atlantic Council pulled for this event. Well, obviously, the executive orders have been all the buzz, and I think that it's critically important, and a lot of people have talked about how this is the time for nuclear. But what I think makes this different is also that there is very much so a sense of accountability. And so our work has to be tied directly to those executive orders. And my piece of this in the international realm is really supportive of industry and making sure that the exports are not only available in these markets, but that the market is ready. And so our work in capacity building, workforce development, stakeholder engagement, and communication, making sure that the government is ready, because sometimes we feel that even within a country, ministries don't talk to each other. We know that never happens in the United States, but, the ministries don't talk to each other, and we have to spend a lot of time making sure that we're meeting that country where we're at. Our technology is standardized, ready within a company. Of course, there are different types of technologies, but just making sure that what the country has signed up for is something that they recognize as different from what's been offered other places. And so we spend a lot of time with that relationship building. And what that looks like for us, whether it's in Southeast Asia, Africa, Europe, is making sure that we're very clear on expectations, because, people talk about a 100-year relationship, and we know what the divorce rate is, right? We want to make sure these things last. So that's how we're spending our time, and I would say the number one thing we do is listen, because if we're not meeting their needs, then we're failing.
Alicia, thank you so much. And of course, I've had the privilege of traveling with you in many of these newcomer countries. And I can just say that nobody does stakeholder engagement and relationship building better than Alicia. So I do want to come back to those themes in just a moment. But Sama, it seems like the countries that have nuclear energy want more of it. And we hear about newcomer countries to nuclear energy almost every day. So tell us a little bit, please, about your work and how the World Nuclear Association is responding to that demand.
Yes, thank you, Jennifer, and thank you to the Atlantic Council for the opportunity to join all of you today. Certainly, the world is absolutely very interested in nuclear. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a world tour of where we are in nuclear. I will start from Europe. I will skip UK and Poland, because I know somebody else will go in more detail on that. But so we have seen in Europe many countries with major reversal of policies in the last couple of weeks. Some of them earlier. We have Italy, Germany, Denmark, Belgium. I mean, it seems like right now in Europe, my native Spain is the only European country that is actually still considering shutting down their nuclear power plants, which is a little bit disappointing, but we will change that. No, but seriously, just last week we have major announcements in France with the strategic contracts. A couple of weeks ago, the signature of the contracts for a new nuclear power plant in Czech Republic. And then we have lots and lots of projects, large and small, in Sweden, in Finland, in Netherlands, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, Slovenia. And then we have newcomer countries, obviously Poland being one of them, but also Norway, Estonia, Turkey. So lots of things happening in Europe. So if we move a little bit to Africa, of course, we are building new nuclear power plants in Egypt, 4 of them to begin with, that there are plans for more. And in South Africa, we are actually not only extending the life of the current fleet, but we are planning to double that capacity, and also trying to regain the capabilities for the entire nuclear fuel cycle. This means enrichment capabilities, fuel fabrication, etc. In Central Asia, you also probably have heard very recent good news, lots of progress. Kazakhstan just announced, I believe on Monday, who is going to build their first and second nuclear power plant, starting immediately. Uzbekistan already has 6 small modular reactors under construction and planning to actually also build large reactors. Mongolia, Kyrgyzstan, they are also moving in that direction. Then in the Middle East, of course, you have heard very many times throughout this conference the fabulous success story in the UAE, how we went from 0 to 25% capacity in less than 15 years. But we are trying to replicate that in Saudi Arabia with a lot of interest. And then we see how Qatar and Bahrain are also looking at nuclear for energy, but also for desalination. Then I'm moving very quickly towards the east. Of course, China, I don't have to tell you, they are building 6 to 10 reactors every year. Just a couple of weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, we have 10 new reactors approved with a goal to have 150 gigawatts of total capacity by 2035, which is quite impressive. We see India, how they are proposing to have 100 gigawatts by 2047. Pakistan, they are getting new reactors built. In the last 3 years, we got 2 new reactors, 1 new one under construction. Bangladesh, another success story. We will see the first nuclear power plant in Bangladesh starting hopefully before the end of this year. So again, going from 0 to 10% of their power coming from nuclear in less than 10 years. So that's quite something. Then in the ASEAN countries, we have Singapore, we have Philippines, Malaysia, Vietnam, Indonesia. Some of these countries are at different levels of readiness. Philippines moving forward very quickly, but the other ones are also moving very, very quickly also. And of course, North America, we just heard Alicia telling us about the US, and you have heard about this for the last couple of days, so I won't tell you too much. Canada is also moving super quickly. And in South America, we have Brazil also finishing their 3rd nuclear power plant. So I think that this tells you, hopefully, I mean, I think that my goal with this tour of the world was a little bit overwhelm you with the amount of nuclear development and nuclear projects that we have at a global level. So what we are doing on our side, so we are trying to bring together this coalition of the ambitious that we help put together for COP28. So this is the 31 countries that have signed the triple global nuclear capacity, the 14 global banks and financial institutions, and of course the large energy users. All those together, we are coming together at the 50th World Nuclear Symposium that we will celebrate this year. So that's a little bit the highlight.
Selma, thank you so much. I love this notion of the coalition of the ambitious. And I have to say as well, this sort of global tour, this global overview reminds me of what I always like to say, which is that I truly believe that there's a reactor out there for everyone. But, you know, we do have to kind of balance between the existing fleet, the large scale, and then the next generation. And so, Jeremy, give us a sense, please, of the focus in the UK and your focus on existing nuclear reactors compared to the focus on licensing and deploying next generation technologies.
Great, thanks, Jennifer. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. So last week, the UK government set out 2 hugely significant announcements for the future of civil nuclear in the country, really a culmination of sort of a couple of decades of work. First of all, we confirmed a £14.2 billion investment in Sizewell C, the next EPR reactor, gigawatt-scale reactor in the UK, being built essentially alongside Hinkley. It's an 83% replica of the Hinkley Point C design. Together, they will provide 6.5 gigawatts of supply for the UK. Very different economic model. We're using a regulated asset-based model for Sizewell C. We're in the latter stages of a capital raise process to attract the private investment in new nuclear, which I think that's a really interesting, innovative model for the development of new nuclear globally. In addition to that, Great British Energy Nuclear confirmed that it had selected Rolls-Royce to partner with for the development of SMRs, the first 3 small modular reactors in the UK, subject to sort of final contract negotiation. So that will be 1.5 gigawatts. So we already have that sort of 6.5 gigawatts sort of under construction underway. Hinkley and Sizewell are sort of live construction sites. We want to establish this in this Parliament, the next 4 years, the final design, the siting, final improvements for small modular reactors to get those underway as well. So very significant step forward in the UK. But we need to maximize the life and the capacity from the existing plant as well. So last year, EDF announced life extensions for the existing AGR fleet, the advanced gas-cooled reactors that we have, about 4.5 gigawatts there as well, taking them up to 2030, maybe a little bit beyond in some cases. So there will be a gap there. We will need to use other technologies to help fill the gap, but we're trying to minimize the gap given the role that nuclear can play. It's not just about deployment. Just the other thing I mentioned, we've got to get the regulatory regimes right around that. We've got a very big review underway to look at all aspects of regulation around civil nuclear, to what can we do to speed up the process. I think that is our biggest single challenge that we have here. I've said it's taken roughly 20 years in the UK to get to this point. We need to do that quicker. It's also about the jobs and growth benefits as well, really maximizing our use of the supply chain, another area where I think we can cooperate and think more globally.
Jeremy, thank you so much. Georgette, you served as U.S. ambassador to Poland in the run-up to and during the signing of the Intergovernmental Agreement to cooperate on the development of a civil nuclear power program in Poland. Could you share with us what were some of the drivers that led to that agreement?
Yes, thank you very much. It's fabulous to be here and be on the board of the Atlantic Council. I'm very proud of what you've been able to do here. Thank you. First and foremost, 70% of Poland's energy comes from coal. So obviously, that was a key factor. The other was they were their gas came from Gazprom in Russia. They knew way before us the threat that Russia was, and they wanted to diversify away from Russian gas. Nord Stream 2 was a big issue in Poland, excuse me, and so the fact that they wanted they had to find a way to get to the carbon neutral under the EU rules were the driving factors there. The other thing is that their GDP, they're growing at twice the rate of Western Europe. In fact, they've just surpassed Japan in that metric. But I would say the biggest, what was the biggest impediment to what they were trying to do in nuclear was the financing. And now that's come a long way, but when you think that we signed this in 2019, the FEED study, and we are now in 2025, and now they're just working on the licenses, the design, et cetera. I mean, 6 years, we made very little progress. Right? And I think the important point to be made, and I think this may be a reality check, but while the United States of America is the largest nuclear producer, it took us 40 years to get there. China did it in the same, apples to apples, China did it in 10 years. All right. We are way behind this curve. And the only project we have outside of the United States is in Poland. That's why it's so critical that we get this built. Russia has 10 projects around the world, 57 in the architecture of nuclear around the world. And China has 10 under construction. The think about that for a minute. And I think the reality check at this conference on nuclear is how do we catch up? Because we are way behind, not a little, way behind. We have to find a better way. Russia has a floating nuclear plant. China has an SMR that's actually working. And here we are, still talking about when we're going to get these deployed. And if we don't scale up fast, we will be left behind. And I think the fact that the president did these executive orders was the realization that if we don't do something now and we don't do something drastic, and if we don't find a way to standardize even the big, I understand they're site-specific. However, when it comes to the training of the workers, when it comes to the supply chain, when it comes to the licensing, there's got to be a way for us to standardize this to enough of a degree. France has done it very successfully, to standardize this so we can get these built and deployed. It's all about energy today. It's all about nuclear today. It's only the clean baseload energy there is. And with AI and Bitcoin, et cetera, we're going to need a lot of it. And to stay competitive, we're going to have to do it. And Poland understands that. And so we have a real opportunity in Poland to get this built.
Absolutely. And so I want to, that's a perfect segue to Rob and Georgette. Really appreciate also your point about building quickly and at scale. And so Rob, tell us please about Synthos Green Energy and your work on SMRs in Poland, but also in the broader region in Europe.
Thanks, Jennifer, and thank you to you and to the Atlantic Council and Landon for organizing this fantastic event. This is a very special panel for me because, you know, I feel very fortunate to be on the stage with Deputy Assistant Secretary Duncan and Ambassador Mossbacher, two women that have showed so much incredible leadership in exactly what you're talking about, which is bringing U.S. nuclear technology to Central and Eastern Europe. So thank you both to the two of you for your efforts there. So who are we at Synthos Green Energy? We're leading what I would say is certainly the most ambitious SMR project in Europe. We are likely the most advanced SMR project in Europe, and we are arguably one of the most well-resourced SMR projects in Europe. We're a regional developer partnered with GE Vernova Hitachi for the BWRX 300. We're based in Poland. We're starting in Poland, but our ambition is much, much broader than that. So in Poland alone, right now we have what's known as decision in principle, which is the first kind of site-specific step from the Polish government at 6 separate sites where we're looking at 4 units each on those sites. So 24 300 megawatt units in Poland alone. But we're also invested in this entire process. So we are, along with TVA in Tennessee and OPG in Canada, we are co-invested in the standard design for the BWRX 300. So we're a plank holder in this technology, if you will. And with that investment, we hope to go well beyond Poland and construct what we like to call the Green Wall, which is essentially a fleet of U.S. technology reactors running from the Nordics to the Black Sea, providing clean, reliable, safe energy. And what's the value that we add to this process, I think, is generally the next question. So obviously the technology, as I mentioned, from GE, well-known, standardized design for a 10th generation boiling water reactor. That's fantastic. And the ability of GE to help deploy at scale is really impressive and important to us. But we also bring an integrated fleet approach. So for a lot of the smaller countries in the region that aren't on their own going to reach the economy of scale to have a fleet with all the efficiencies of nth of a kind, we integrate them. And we bring a lot of experience to the table, both our vast industrial experience at Synthos, and then with our very important joint venture partner, Orlen, which is, of course, the largest energy company in Central and Eastern Europe. Together, we've done a large number of major industrial and energy projects throughout the region. So we have a lot of experience in doing that. And we're going to move, like you said, very quickly to get to nth of a kind so that we aren't stuck in kind of some of these long-term cycles. And already we're initiating projects outside Poland in a number of countries in the region.
Rob, thank you so much. So, Alicia, we said we'd get back to stakeholder engagement, and you've just returned from the IAEA's International Conference on Stakeholder Engagement for Nuclear Power Programs. What were some of the key takeaways?
So first of all, I'd say congratulations to the IAEA on a well-done event. I think some of the key takeaways were, one, that you really have to recognize that the number of stakeholders are vast and diverse. Everybody is pretty much a stakeholder. And talking to anyone about something as complex as nuclear, recognizing that nuclear speak doesn't apply to most people. And so trying to explain nuclear in a way that people can understand how it impacts their daily life, what it is, what it isn't, and that most people come in contact with some form or application of nuclear already, and maybe they don't realize it. And so while you hear things like, no, we would never, I don't trust it, I would never do it, those same people have a doctor's appointment, and they're going to probably have some sort of scan and diagnosis and treatment of cancer or something else. So I think making people more aware of it, catching a flight, eating a banana, all of the things that people do, recognizing and communicating in that way. I also think from that we learned, which was my point, is that stakeholder engagement is not a job for everyone. Some people just need to do the technical part or do whatever their job is and leave the engagement to others. It's just simply not for everyone. Everything's not for everybody, and it's okay. Another piece of that is making sure that cultural nuances are factored in. In some countries, land is very important, and regardless of how much sense it makes to site a plant there, people still may have very deep, significant ties to land and what it means to them and their culture. And so thinking about these factors, I think finally making sure that people understand in a government or legislative body that a lot of people get elected into that, and that doesn't mean they come with that nuclear background. And so making sure that everybody who's part of the decision making, everybody who's on the end use, understands a common language and understands the common goal, because everybody's selling point is not going to be it creates jobs, it does this, it does that. And so really recognizing all of the stakeholders and what their needs and values are is critically important. And so that event allowed a lot of the countries to get together and talk about, what is important to them.
Alicia, thank you so much. I really love the notion that we're all stakeholders. Sama, I want to pick up on what Georgette was mentioning about financing. Sama, you and I have talked a lot about financing. And you and I were in New York last year when the 14 banks made their pledge to support nuclear deployment. What's your thinking right now on overcoming some of these challenges that are related to the high capital costs of nuclear projects?
Yeah, well, talking about stakeholders, that's one of our key stakeholders for sure. So yeah, from the World Nuclear Association and working together with many others, frankly, I would say we are very excited about the change in policy that we just saw last week from the World Bank. So that is very important. That is a very important signal that obviously is already probably going to be taken. I mean, we already heard the Asian Development Bank is also already starting to reconsider policies. And I am sure we are going to see many other multilateral development banks looking at those policies. And it is important to have those financing capabilities, particularly for newcomer countries and developing countries. But what I think is very important is the signal. And I think that signal is also going to be very helpful for many other banks and financial institutions. So yes, we spent a lot of time talking to the finance community, explaining to them the many opportunities of investing in the nuclear value chain. And I think that this is very important because many times when financiers think about nuclear energy, they can only think about financing a large nuclear project, potentially one that goes over budget and longer than schedule. So, and it's important to understand that there are many other options. So first of all, nuclear, as we have discussed, is not just for electricity, it's for heat. There are many applications to decarbonize the entire economy to helping decarbonize the entire economy using nuclear energy. So obviously from desalination, as I mentioned earlier, going through oil and gas, metallurgical industry, chemical industry, ceramic industry, sustainable aviation fuel, shipping, etc., etc., etc. So it is important to bring forth this entire ecosystem of opportunities. And when it comes about financing nuclear specifically, could be from exploration of uranium mining resources all the way to perhaps repowering a unit that was prematurely shut down, as we are seeing in the US, obviously long-term operation, and small modular reactors, large reactors, but also the entire supply chain. You don't have to, if we are going to do small modular reactors, as we are seeing, we are going to really need to have industrial capabilities as supply chain. This means pipes, pumps, valves, electronic devices, transformers, cranes, everything that you are going to need for all those projects, large and small, obviously not just for nuclear, but for nuclear in particular. So this is something that we've been doing a lot of work. But also, and I think that the UK is a good example of this, is talking to the finance community so it's well understood the business case and the financial case for nuclear. Yes, nuclear energy, as many other low-carbon energy infrastructure assets, are capital intensive. Of course, we know this. At the same time, we are looking at an asset that is going to provide you very constant price, very stable, 24/7 carbon-free, abundant energy, electricity and heat for the next 60, 80, 100 years. So it is a matter of figuring out what are the right investors for that type of projects. Not everybody has investment timelines of 2 years. Somebody has investment timelines of 40, 60 more years. And then the last thing that I will say, which is incredibly important, and we've been doing a lot of work, but I think we need to do much more work together, is the other part of the financing equation, which is the revenue model. Yes, financing is important. What is the revenue model? So we've been doing a lot of work on market design, market redesign, probably, trying to figure out how we can make sure that the price of energy is commensurate with the cost of producing it. And this includes the entire system. It's not just generation, it's transmission, distribution, ensuring that we have the stability and the entire infrastructure that is needed to deliver that energy. And the price of our electricity and energy today doesn't account for all that. And that's why we don't have signals to invest in any of those assets. So we really are working on that entire picture.
Sama, thank you so much, and thank you for bringing up these new types of applications, especially off-grid for nuclear power, that I think also raise the potential for new types of business models and partnerships. I think that could all be the topic of a whole second panel. I wish that we had the time. Jeremy, I'd like to go to you. You mentioned the Great British Nuclear Competition and the selection last week of Rolls-Royce. Congratulations to Rolls-Royce. No hard feelings from the Americans. But can you tell us a little bit more about this project and what are the next steps?
Yeah, thank you. So, as I said, Great British Energy Nuclear have confirmed that their preferred partner to develop the first SMRs in the UK will be Rolls-Royce, now sort of subject to sort of final contract approvals. We'll then be taking forward a process of selecting the site. The government now owns 2 sites in the UK that are suitable for new plants, so that's the obvious place to start. building the developer, going through the sort of site-specific design and permitting that will be required, with a view to making the sort of the final investment decision round about 2029 is the aim, and then moving forward from there. I would just emphasise, though, that's not the final word on SMRs in the UK. We spend a lot of time doing deep strategic modelling about what is the electricity system that we need, and we need more capacity for new nuclear. So we will also be providing a pathway for alternative, privately led SMRs and AMRs as well in the UK, and we'll be setting out more details soon. The government has indicated its willingness to use its national wealth fund, essentially loans, to support those projects as well. As colleagues have said on the panel, I do think financing is such an important challenge for the delivery of new nuclear. In the UK, we've spent a lot of time thinking about the right balance between gigawatt. That gives us the enormous scale that we need. You need roughly 6 SMRs as comparable to Hinkley, so there's a case for gigawatt. But also, but SMRs, perhaps they'll get the efficiency savings once we get the fleet effect, the nth of a kind. SMRs also possibly easier to bite off in one go. The real challenge is the financing, is how are you going to manage cost overruns? That's enormously challenging for governments and for states to be dealing with. And that's potentially, over in the medium term, a case for SMRs.
Thank you so much. Georgette, I want to stay on this financing topic for just a little bit longer. You have been especially engaged in getting the United States Development Finance Corporation involved in the 3Cs initiative. Tell us more about the significance of using the DFC to its full potential.
Right. I think the DFC was really created to attract private sector capital. The DFC makes investments, only be 1/3 and 2/3 private sector capital. This is a very interesting model. It is up for reauthorization on October 5th. It is bipartisan, and it will be funded at $70 billion, at 7-0. I think that the realization that this doesn't get done, any of this, without private sector involvement, the change in the whole atmosphere with respect to banks, from the World Bank, commercial banks investing in nuclear, is truly a game changer. But we don't know at this point what their risk appetite is going to be. We will need something like the DFC to give loan guarantees, to come up with more creative ways of financing. We're working on a fix, I call it, because right now the DFC is debt financing, but we're very optimistic we will get an equity fix so that these investments from the DFC will be equity, and that should also be a very attractive mechanism to attract that private sector money. And we have to continue to come up with some models that we can take some of the risk out to attract private sector capital. This is just too big for any government or governments to do. We need the private sector involved in this. The DFC is uniquely designed to do that. And I'm very optimistic about its reauthorization on October 5th. And it also will be able to also invest in projects, not just in low-income countries, but we're tying the investments to national security and making the national security outcomes tied to the economic benefits that come from that investment, creating jobs, et cetera. So I think the DFC is a very interesting model that we should be looking to replicate in other countries.
Georgette, thank you so much, and really love that point about investment leading to jobs. Rob, you and I have talked a lot about supply chain considerations, about things like local content. To what extent will your project help to create jobs here in the United States?
So, first of all, we're already creating jobs here in the United States, so that's great. We are, as I mentioned, along with the other companies, co-invested in the standard design, which means we're supporting engineering work today in Wilmington through GE Vernova Hitachi, and we're very proud of that. But this is going to create a number of fantastic jobs in the United States, and of course on the other side of the Atlantic. So it's a win for everybody. Beyond the work that we're already doing, there's some pieces of engineering work that are coming to the United States to GE Vernova Hitachi, and then I think for today I can kind of just say watch this space. As I mentioned, we have 6 sites that we're already doing some work on, but I think some of these processes will accelerate, and we'll probably have a little more to say in the not too distant future there. But it's not just engineering jobs, it's manufacturing jobs as well. So, one thing that we're looking at as we seek to do this project as efficiently as possible, as TVA and OPG go forward, they're validating supply chains. And a lot of those are predominantly in the United States. So we're looking to see, where can we partner with these companies on bulk procurement, on acquiring vetted supply chains, and bringing some of that expertise to our project in projects in Poland and in Europe, which means U.S. manufacturing jobs supporting those projects. We also, particularly in Poland, but in some other countries as well, have the need to build a lot of human capital. Some of these countries have atrophied their nuclear workforce. Other countries, like Poland, have never had one. So developing that human capital is a great role for a number of companies, including American companies. And then, finally, well, 2 other things. One, we're looking to see with the executive orders coming out, there's a lot of attention there, what opportunity that creates for us through the export market. We understand the administration's position on energy dominance, and that means exports. So, again, as a commercial entity, we're here looking to see what comes out the other end. And then the last thing I want to mention is the investment piece. As the ambassador said, we need the private sector engaged. Well, we are the private sector. We're doing a commercial project. So that commercial project needs to be bankable. And I think, it needs to be bankable for us, but also what that means is I think some really appealing opportunities for U.S. investors as well.
Rob, thank you so much. And I'm very conscious of the fact that we are now standing in between our audience and lunch. But while we have you here, I can't resist one more question. My question is, and this is to each of you to think about, and if we can just do a quick lightning round, take 15 seconds to give your answer. But we're here right now, and in a year, I hope we will reconvene for the 10th Global Energy Forum. And so my question is to each of you, what change do you hope to see in the nuclear energy landscape between now and then? And if we don't achieve success in 1 year from now, what does the road to success look like, and what are the changes that you're looking for?
You said 15 seconds? I'll say 2 things. One is that, we talk a lot about energy security being national security. If we think about funding energy security the way we fund national security, I think that would be a huge step forward. The second piece is leadership. I think that is the most focused piece of this entire program, as we look to deploy new nuclear around the world. We haven't built the leadership required for that. We have a lot of seasoned people, a lot of young people, and we've not bothered to bridge that gap yet.
Alicia, thank you. Sama?
Well, I would say that for nuclear, at least the stars have never been better aligned. So, to me, this is an opportunity for us in the nuclear industry, in the nuclear sector, to miss. So I would agree with Alicia. Yes, we need financing, we need policies, we need to step up the supply chain, the workforce, we need to streamline licensing. There are many things, but we absolutely need is leadership, vision, And frankly, if not us, who? And if not now, when? That's really it.
Sama, thank you. Jeremy?
Fantastic answers from my fellow panelists. But the only thing I would add is we really do need to find a way to safely accelerate timescales for development of civil nuclear projects. That is the key issue. It has taken the UK decades to make the progress it has. We have to find a way to do this more quickly.
Thank you so much.
I would completely agree. We have to find a way to scale this up, and we have to do it fast, and we can do it responsibly, but we have to do it fast. We have to find creative solutions to all of these challenges, from the workforce to the supply chain to the licensing to regulation. If we don't find creative solutions to that, we will be left behind.
Thank you. And Rob?
So, this year was huge for SMRs. We put shovels in the ground in Canada. We had the first license to construct for a BWRX 300 there. I think next year we need to see more shovels in the ground. Maybe not a license to construct, but we need to start physically doing projects and moving away from discussing doing projects.
Well, thank you. And I love the answer on leadership. And I just want to say as well, thank you to the five of you for speaking on this panel, but thank you for your leadership in nuclear energy policy. I don't think we would be at this exciting moment that we're in today if it weren't for each of you. So please join me in thanking our panelists. And now please join us for lunch, and then please return for the continuation of our program. Thank you.
Thank you for joining this morning. Lunch is available in the lobby. Sessions on both stages will resume at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. In 10 minutes, the fireside chats will start on the leadership stage and on the energy stage. In 10 minutes, the fireside chats will start on the leadership stage and on the energy stage. Thank you. The fireside chat on the leadership stage will start shortly. The fireside chat on the energy stage will start shortly. Please take your seats. Our program is starting. Please welcome members for the Fireside Chat, moderated by the Distinguished Fellow of Global Energy Center at Atlantic Council and Senior Vice President, Head of Geopolitics and International Affairs, S&P Global, Carlos Pascual.
Good afternoon. What a pleasure to have you all here today. My thanks very much to everybody in the Atlantic Council who's been doing the organization, all of you who are partners in running this event and supporting the Council. Thank you so much for doing that. And I think everybody here is aware that we're going to talk about Alaska. Alaska has been at the center of America's energy story. As a provider of oil and gas and energy, the creation of jobs, the development of industry. Anybody who's been there knows that it's striking. The environment is fragile, that whatever is done to develop energy also has to take into account stewardship, that has to take into account communities that don't have access to energy, and the indigenous communities and how to work through those issues. And I think everybody here is here because you know that Alaska is fundamental to the future debate of energy for the United States and the world. What it means for energy security and sustainability, and what it also means for technological development. And there cannot be anybody better to guide us in this discussion today than the governor of Alaska, Michael Dunleavy. Governor Dunleavy, what a pleasure to have you here. Let's give him a hand to start out.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Carlos.
Governor, you started your career in Alaska in logging, and then you were a teacher, you were a principal. What did education teach you and prepare you to be a governor?
Yeah, it's a great question. So first of all, thanks for having us. And of course, I'm a unabashed big fan of Alaska. So I left Pennsylvania. I grew up in a little town called Scranton. You probably heard of that. I'm the other guy, as we say. And we heated with, just an aside, we heated with anthracite coal when we were kids in Scranton, Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania is also known as the, the beginning of the modern oil industry. So I went to Alaska in 1983, went to a logging camp. Always wanted to go to Alaska. Just loved the outdoors. That was my thing. So right out of college, went up to Alaska and went to the logging camp. In 1983, Alaska was booming, right? The Trans-Alaska oil pipeline hadn't yet reached peak, and that would happen in 1989, 2.1 million barrels per day. And then I went further north, close to the Arctic Circle, in a small Eskimo village, and was a teacher there, and then moved up to another smaller town called Kotzebue, was a principal there, superintendent of schools. That's where I met my wife, and our 3 kids were born out in rural Alaska. So my experience in rural Alaska is with indigenous people, is with the Eskimo people. My wife of 38 years is an Eskimo lady who was born in a small village up there. Our kids were born up there. My 3 girls currently work at one of the largest lead zinc mines in the world, up at Red Dog Mine as well. So very familiar with rural Alaska, very familiar with indigenous people. Education is really public service. And so isn't being a governor. It's about creating futures, positive futures, moving things forward for kids, for families. And then it's just, for me, it was a seamless transition. I often say to folks, they ask, what prepared you for the governorship? A lot of similarities, to tell you the truth, in school districts. A lot of constituent groups, unions, different departments, different things going on, similar problems that you have to solve. And so it's just a natural transition to go from being an educator, especially principal and superintendent, into the role I'm in now.
And indeed, moving from all of that as a public servant, being a global leader and positioning Alaska to be a global leader. And I just want to delve into that a little bit. You just recently had the Alaska Sustainable Energy Conference, and I commend you that you continue to call it the Sustainable Energy Conference, because not everybody's doing that. And you had Secretary Wright and Secretary Burgum, you had EPA Administrator Zeldin, and one of them said that the world is hungry for secure, responsible energy, and Alaska is ready. What does that mean for you personally as an Alaskan, a public servant, a global leader?
Yeah, and it was great to have those guys up there. We had over 1,000 folks up there. This is our 4th year for that conference, because Alaska has always been an all-in energy giant, both for external export, but also internal use. What it means is it's a chance for, I think, the world to revisit Alaska. You know, Alaska was the pioneer for LNG exports in the world. A lot of people don't realize that in 1969, it was Alaska, the first place on the planet, really, to ship gas on a continuous basis to another country, which was Japan, for 50 years. We did that uninterrupted, so we have a proven track record of being able to do that. Shortly after that, that was 69. 68 was the massive discovery of Prudhoe Bay, and that came online. The pipe was built in 2 years and 2 months, which is phenomenal when you think about it. It was an engineering marvel. That came online in 1977. And peak production did not hit until 1989, 90, 91 at 2.1 million barrels. And of course, being a supergiant, you have a tail. It means a lot. It means an opportunity for Alaska to once again play a huge role in energy for the world, especially the Pacific. A lot of folks don't realize that we are an Arctic state. I always say we're the northernmost state, we're the westernmost state, and we're the easternmost state. So you got to get your mind around that. The only thing we're not is the most southern state, and if you come in January, you'll quickly realize that we're not the most southern state. But we're only 5 hours by plane to Hawaii. We're 9 hours to every industrialized place in the northern hemisphere on the face of the earth. Alaska is very central. Our airport is the second busiest cargo airport in the United States and third busiest in the world because of our proximity. We're 8 days, 9 days to Tokyo and Seoul by ship for LNG exports. We're about 10 days to Manila and Taipei, and about 12 days to Thailand. So when you compare that with shipments, let's say, from the Gulf, or certainly going around South America, we're very competitive for that. So again, for us, it's an awakening, a reawakening of Alaska's promise in terms of its massive amounts of resource, especially gas. 100 trillion cubic feet known, estimated 200 trillion cubic feet estimated to be in Alaska as well. And we're looking at upwards of 40, 50, 60 years, if not longer, of shipping gas to our Asian allies, 20 million tons per year.
I'm just curious, is industry a lot faster in understanding and recognizing the importance of Alaska than government potentially is? How much education do you have to do to create the appreciation, even internally within the United States, of what Alaska is and what it means? You
know, it's fascinating. I mean, that's always been the question, because I was, when I became governor, I found quickly that we know, as Alaskans, we're in the Arctic, so the Russians are 2.5 miles away from us. We used to be part of Russia. Chinese warships ply the Bering Sea. We're within the North Korean missile umbrella. And we deal with seafood and lots of other trade with Asian countries. So we have a perspective of the Pacific, Asia, North America, the Arctic. We had assumed that everyone knew about Alaska. Yeah. So when we had to start to have conversations about looking for investors in the gas line and other projects, our critical minerals, our rare earths, et cetera, we found that a lot of folks seem to have forgotten about Alaska. And part of the reason for that was obviously their concern was difficult permitting environment. The concern about having your investments slow down because of NGO activity, lawsuits, and so forth for the effort to keep Alaska one big national park. I want to add, what people don't realize about Alaska, it was the only state in the Union that its existence in terms of coming into the Union was predicated upon the acceptance that we would collectivize all of our resources under the sovereign, almost like a European sovereign. We're the only state like that, very different than Texas. So we had to do that because our population at the time was only about 250,000 people, and the federal officials didn't believe that a tax, like an income tax, could pay for a subcontinent, 4 time zones. So we did that. So we own all the resources, the state does. We are the landowner. We own all the gas, all the oil, all of that. And so explaining this to people, and then, of course, I'd say the last several decades, Alaska's taken a beating again from successive administrations. The last administration prior to President Trump, the Biden administration, was just brutal on Alaska. We call it 70 sanctions, 70 actions by our own federal government against Alaska. So we were on the ropes. And we were trying to explain this gas line to people. And they saw the value in it, but they were concerned about the permitting process, et cetera. Now with Trump 2.0, it's a whole different ballgame. We are the only state to get an executive order. It's front and center in President Trump's agenda, so things are looking good.
So let's pick up on this rediscovery part and the development of these resources. And you have a massive new project that you're considering in Alaska LNG. 800 miles, isolated environment. You've already educated me on how quickly you were able to move the Trans-Alaska pipeline beforehand. So that's an interesting fact that many people, at least certainly I, had forgotten about how fast it was. What kind of assurances can Alaska put on the table to give potential investors the sense of confidence that this complicated project that you can bring to fruition?
Yeah, it's a great question. We actually don't view it as complicated, and I'll explain why. We have a known gas reserve. We've been recycling our gas on the slope ever since Prudhoe Bay was producing oil. So we know exactly how much gas we have up in Prudhoe Bay. We know the gas amounts and content in Point Thompson and satellite fields as well. And we're discovering more gas as we go west in our oil renaissance in the state of Alaska. So we know what the gas is, the gas content. We have all of the permits for this pipeline. We got those permits in 2020 under Trump. The irony and a little bit of a change with regard to the Biden administration is they actually supported this pipeline as well. So the Biden administration supported the pipeline. They actually, their FERC actually fought court cases for us on our behalf, which we won. So you have all the permits. The right-of-way is known and established. The administrations of both the Biden administration, Trump 1.0, Biden, Trump 2.0, all support the pipeline project. We know how much gas we have. So right now, we are in the process of breaking that project apart into 3 phases, because the project, when we would speak with folks about it, it was massive, $40 to $50 billion. What happens if you have cost overruns, et cetera, et cetera? So we took apart the project. There's 3 phases, and phase 1 is the pipe. That's always been the devil in the details. What's the pipe going to cost? Are there going to be overruns? Do you have the permits, et cetera, et cetera? So that pipe of 800 miles, 42 inches, we are doing an updated feed with our private partner, Glenfarne, who's doing this with several other partners. We expect that updated feed to be done sometime late fall. Everything so far seems to still add confidence to the project in terms of the cost of the pipe, but that pipe would initially deliver gas to Alaskans. The reason that pipe would initially deliver gas to Alaskans in phase 1 is because our utilities need it, because our gas field in Cook Inlet is being depleted rapidly, and our bases need it. We are America's fort. We are on the frontier. We have very sophisticated Army and Air Force capabilities. We have missile defense up there as well. We have the largest Coast Guard presence in the United States. So what I would say on the confidence is we have a history of building big projects. We have a history of pioneering projects that people don't think could happen with the LNG gas exports and the Trans-Alaska oil pipeline. We have all the permits. Court cases have been beaten back. There may be some more, but we've had pretty successful dealing with NGOs. The Biden administration, now the Trump administration, this is one of the top projects in the Trump administration, because we want to be able to export gas, American gas. And part of the security issue, I think, for folks is we see what's going on in the world. We ship uninterrupted gas through uncontested waters in the North Pacific. So this would be American gas that our allies would be getting as part of their portfolio. Doesn't have to go through contested waters, doesn't have to go through a canal. It's a straight shot. We don't have to go through another sovereign. We don't have to go through another state. So I think there's a lot of pluses. And within a short period of time, I think what people are going to see is once this pipeline cost, the pipeline itself cost bears out, and it's being underwritten by tariffs in Alaska, utilities, other off-takers, the bases, et cetera, the liquefaction plant, that feed will be updated almost simultaneously. And so I think you'll see gas flowing to our Asian allies. If everything works out, 2030, 31.
Phenomenal, which would be in and of itself incredible. So you have necessary permits. You don't have any constraint on that, right? And in terms of domestic demand, interesting what you've just said. So just lay this out a little bit further. Demand in Fairbanks, Anchorage, meeting that demand, communities that don't have access to energy, the impact that it would have there, and maybe just say a couple of words about bases, because that's something that combination of issues sometimes gets missed, that if there isn't an indigenous benefit of these major energy projects, you may have significant demand overseas, but if you can't actually demonstrate that you're going to benefit communities around you, then you get a local opposition, and that sometimes for an elected official becomes even harder to overcome.
Another great question. So our indigenous populations support the gas line. Our native corporations support the gas line. Both sides of the aisle support the gas line. So currently, we're in alignment in terms of this gas project. How it'll benefit Alaskans, if you looked at a map of Alaska, you have Paruo Bay in the north, you have Fairbanks in the middle, you have Anchorage in the south. The Trans-Alaska Oil Pipeline follows that corridor to Fairbanks and veers off and goes to Valdez. The gas line will follow the same corridor, veer off to the west, and go down to Nikiski, just south of Anchorage. But everybody's going to benefit from this gas line. 500,000 people of the 740,000 people live in that corridor. So 500,000 people will benefit immensely with incredibly low-cost energy. And that's the interesting thing about this project in Alaska. In some of the other parts of the country where you have data farms and Bitcoin operators competing for residential energy, in Alaska you actually have the social license to do these energy projects and to even park some of these data farms and Bitcoin operations, because those off-takers will actually lower the tariff for utilities and for our bases. So also built into the bill was
maybe can I ask somebody to bring us a
gas
backup mic here, and I'm going to give you mine.
Yeah. That's a renewable energy problem there. No, I'm only kidding. I'm a proponent of all energy. But there was a $200 million amendment put into the bill that enabled this gas line to be created, and that $200 million is specifically for rural Alaska energy projects. And rural Alaska really is going to benefit, in some cases, from actually transporting gas in-state, but also through renewable projects. Alaska is the king of microgrids. We have 220 communities off the road system. Alaska itself can't wield in power from other states. That's why we have to create it ourselves. But we are fully prepared for this. And plus, I'd say that the royalty, the 25% royalty on gas, that royalty goes into our permanent fund. And we have the largest permanent fund per capita, one of the largest in the world, at $83 billion. And a dividend comes out of that permanent fund that goes to all Alaskans, roughly 650 to 700,000 qualified Alaskans. So then also our native corporations are talking about, many of them, investing in the gas line itself. It's just going to have tremendous benefits and is really going to change the trajectory for Alaska for the next 50 years. You got my mic.
There we go. I was just going to say, you should be careful of how you talk about that. You may end up in the budget reconciliation bill in some way. But anyway, let's who knows? You talked about the social license to operate, and let's come back to that, because the environment has always been an issue that has been massively important in Alaska, not always fully understood. So talk to us a little bit about the measures that have been taken. Let me use the word stewardship, of appropriate stewardship of the resources that you have.
Yeah, I think Alaska does it better than any place in the world, to be honest with you. I'll give you this is a perfect example. So we don't flare our gas. We haven't by state law for decades as a matter of practice. We recycle that gas. That's why we know exactly how much gas we have, and we know it's a valuable commodity for a whole host of reasons. But when we had the energy conference here 2 weeks ago, and the two secretaries and EPA administrator came up, we went to the North Slope. And there was a big reception of oil field workers, you know, big burly guys with beards, et cetera, et cetera. Women, too. I mean, we have a lot of women that work in the industry as well. Anyway, long story short, Dan Sullivan, our senator, stood there and said, you know, finally we're free of the Biden sanctions, we call them. And he ripped up this piece of paper that he had created with the 70 sanctions that the Biden administration had imposed on Alaska, and he threw it in the air. There was an audible gasp from the oil workers. Because when you go to the North Slope, you'll see how pristine it truly is. The audible gasp was not a joke. They are trained. It's a culture on the North Slope to protect the environment at every cost, all aspects of it. Pickup trucks will have absorbent diapers put underneath them just in case the oil pan leaks. The list goes on. We were on the roads, which was kind of hilarious, and so the secretaries and the buses with us, as well as other dignitaries, and there's literally 25,000 to 50,000 waterfowl, swans, geese, ducks, birds, you name it, of all kinds, some of them on the roads. So the bus has to stop until the birds wake up and walk off the roads. Off to the side were caribou, next to the road, herd of caribou. And one of the guys turned to me and goes, "This was a great production, Dunleavy. You actually got some Hollywood company that pushed the animals out right before we came up." But it is taken care of. The environmental standards, anyone that does business in Alaska knows that the environmental standards are probably the best in the world. And the same is going to be for this gas line project, the same as for any of the other projects that we have ongoing in Alaska. We really value the environment. Our indigenous people do. They're partners in this development. And so for folks to be concerned about what could happen, I think you just have to look at Alaska's track record. And if you've been up to Alaska and have seen some of these resource plays, you'll see the phenomenal care we take care of the great state.
Governor, I want to change the topic a little bit to that of new frontiers. And one of those new frontiers, which has been spoken about a lot in this conference, Fred Kemp started at the beginning. Dr. Sultan talked about how AI has become key to human evolution in the future and how energy is critical to AI. And in effect, I mean, in many ways, it's created a race for the building of data centers. Is Alaska part of that race? And if so, what's the pitch that you make to make Alaska attractive in that context?
Yeah, we have what I think is the greatest state motto there is. It's North to the Future. That's what Alaska's all about. And so we're preparing for the data farm revolution. I mean, it's already here, but it's going to expand, we believe, exponentially. And so with this gas line, with the creation of this gas line, we hope that the pipe gets built by and is delivering gas to Alaskans by 2029 is the goal. And I know it's pretty ambitious, but again, with all the permits, the support of the Trump administration, et cetera, we believe we can get there. At that point, Alaska, in many respects, would be ideal for not just crypto coin, but data farms. Why? We have huge tracts of contiguous acres of land that's fairly cheap. I mean, it's a big state. We have 3 times the fresh water of any state in the country. We have cool ambient temperatures for cooling. You're going to be right on the gas line, right on the major road system, right on the railroad, right on the corridor where 500,000 people are. We have a world-class international airport. As I mentioned, it's the 2nd busiest in the United States, 3rd busiest in the world, right there, right where the pipeline goes. So ideally situated for, we believe, data farms, and we're having those conversations, preliminary conversations now with some prospects. But once the gas is flowing, I mean, think about it. If you can get electricity for under 8 cents a kilowatt hour, maybe even 6 cents a kilowatt hour or less because of the scale and size and all the other attributes that Alaska has to offer, I think you're going to see Alaska as a center of that. We're also looking at our telecommunications to make sure that our fiber is up to date and it can handle the capacity as we grow. So being centrally located in the Pacific, right now our latency times, for those that are in the industry, about 12.1 seconds to Portland, which is not bad at all. But we want to make sure we expand our capacity in that. So we're pretty optimistic, to be honest with you.
So, for anybody who isn't familiar with the latency issues, if you're using AI in a data center to, let's say, run dispatch on a power plant, a difference of a microsecond can make a big difference. And just maybe come back to that. In terms of the latency issue that you've experienced, your discussion with the hyperscalers about this is what's putting you in the ballpark to be considered to be able to do this?
The prospect, right now for them, it's, to be perfectly honest, it's theoretical, right? They believe if the gas line comes together, which we'll know here shortly, and that if we can deal with our latency issues, which we're having discussions in doing that, and it's really, latency, like I said, is not that bad, but the capacity, we want to make sure that we are building out ahead of data farms coming up. We have a number of telecommunication outfits that have put in new overland routes to the lower 48, undersea cables to the lower 48. So we're actually test driving the prospects and the concepts with data farms. And so they're telling us what they're going to need, so we're actually prepping for that. So I would say that by, again, the gas is hopefully going to flow 2028, 29. I would say that by 29, 30, 31, we will be primed for data farms coming up, again, for very inexpensive land, large tracts of it, away from urban areas, but yet on the corridor for the gas. The transmission lines are right over the gas line. The road system is right by the gas line and transmission lines. The railroad is right there, so it's all ready to roll. I think it's going to be an ideal situation.
And you have critical minerals.
We have lots of critical minerals.
And I think every day now people are becoming more and more aware of that, aware of what rare earths are, or if you don't understand what rare earths are, that now somebody has explained that they're connected to magnets, and those magnets make motors run, and your car doesn't work, and a plane can't be built, and a drone can't work, and a whole host of other functions just simply don't occur. And I'm curious, Governor, one of the challenges globally has been to build a new mine anywhere. The average is 15 or 16 years. Can Alaska play in this game in a way that can help accelerate this process of addressing something that has become now, in a way that was never expected, so central to national security?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we fell asleep at the helm over the past several decades, and I think, you know, globalization was a great concept, and things changed during COVID. Supply chains were interrupted, labor shortages have occurred. We have a demographic decline, but nonetheless, we've offshored a lot of our national security. We can see that now in many respects. Energy is going to be the key, as we know, but the critical minerals for making sure that we have the electronics, we have the cars, we have the defense. Our defense industry is well supplied with critical minerals, where we don't have to beg or ask or bargain for. Alaska is central to that. We have 49 of the 50 critical minerals in Alaska. We have tons of rare earths in Alaska. We have the largest graphite find in North America, we believe, in the world, up by Nome. Largest nickel find, we believe, in the world, prospect that was recently discovered, will come to market. One of the largest lead zinc mines in the world, tin, the list goes on and on. We have it in Alaska. Alaska is a greenfield operation for the most part. We lack infrastructure, we're building roads, but nonetheless, the President of the United States sees this. The executive orders on critical minerals, I think, is going to bode well for Alaska. And we're even having discussions about putting processes in Alaska because we're on the Great Circle shipping route. In other words, a lot of what we process or pre-process goes to China. A lot of that could be done in Alaska. We can also set up a critical minerals, rare earth strategic reserve like we do for oil in the United States, and Alaska could be part of that and parking some of that there as well. So I think the President of the United States, I think what you're seeing a lot of is a lot of disruption, but in my opinion, a lot of it is purposeful and needed to be able to get back our national security, get back some of these critical industries to the United States of America. Because if we don't, we're going to find ourselves in the same situation we've been in for the last several decades.
And indeed, it's good that you raise the issue of processing, because when you come to issues of rare earths, graphite, lithium, 70 to 95% of the processing is done in China.
Yes.
And if we don't break into that market, then we simply get no diversification and on something that is so fundamental to energy security. Governor, you've been at the center of issues on earthquakes, wildfires, the pandemic. Right now, you're using energy as a way that is opening Alaska to the world, making it giving it a central purpose in the development and the future of the United States in ways that hasn't been seen. When you think about how you want Alaskans to think back on you and the role that you played, what rises to the top?
It's promoting Alaska for what it truly was supposed to be. A lot of people just think we're pretty face, okay? If you've been to Alaska, it's absolutely beautiful. But you can be both. And William Seward, who was a Secretary of State, who facilitated the purchase from Russia in 1867, best bargain in history, $7.2 million. I think we make that in oil in 3 days. Really, I think, encapsulated what Alaska is all about. It is an energy and resource storehouse like no other. And its situation in the Arctic, the North Pacific, and the West Pacific is like any other state in the country. We are central we're on the transportation routes for when the Arctic continues to warm. We are close to our Asian allies. We are close to some of our adversaries. But we are also close to some of our friends. And so we believe that Alaska is well positioned to supply gas, our oil renaissance. We anticipate going from 495,000 barrels to 750,000 barrels here in the next 10 years. I want the world to remember that Alaska is there to do its job, and its job is to work alongside other great states and other great countries to produce the energy and the wealth. And we're willing to do our part. Just let us do it. That's all we're asking. And the President of the United States right now, through his executive orders, is truly unleashing Alaska's potential. And I think you're going to see something that you haven't seen before. And Alaska will continue to be at the top of conversations, is our hope.
Governor, a couple of things that strike me is, one, that you characterize Alaska as a place of wonder and imagination and discovery. It's what brought you there, but is still fundamental throughout the discussion that you've had of what so much is available to be discovered still. You've really underscored how it's connected to the rest of the world. And in that connection to the rest of the world, how Alaska is so fundamental to the security of the United States. But in addition to that, you've really struck the chord of the importance of Alaska using its resources to meet the needs and the advancement of your own constituencies, while at the same time preserving the pristine environment that you are around. And it's that combination that makes it so exciting. The wonder, the practicality, the resources, the capacity, the impact that make it so critical to the future. Governor Dunleavy, let's give him a hand.
Thank you. Thanks, Carlos.
Please welcome members of the panel on energy security amid shifting geopolitics, moderated by Distinguished Fellow at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center and Vice President of Policy and Insights at TC Energy, Julia Nishiwat.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel discussion on energy security amid shifting geopolitics. Never a dull moment these days, huh, gentlemen? As you heard, my name is Julia Neshwat, and it's such a privilege to be here with you all today to moderate what promises to be, I believe, a timely and thought-provoking conversation. As you all know, global energy security is once again a flashpoint in geopolitical competition, from Russia targeting of Ukraine's energy infrastructure to instability in the Middle East, disrupting shipping routes in the Red Sea. We're witnessing profound volatility in oil and gas markets. These disruptions expose the fragility of global energy flows and remind us how deeply energy underpins economic stability and national security. Here in North America, efforts to bolster energy resilience face headwinds, political fragmentation, as well as regulatory uncertainty, and, of course, growing concerns over Chinese influence in critical supply chains and infrastructure. And then meanwhile, you have China's dominance in critical mineral processing as well as clean energy manufacturing, coupled with surging electricity demand and expanding grid interconnections. All of this reshaping how we think about strategic dependence, diversification, and of course, ultimately, reliability. Today, we're here to grapple a central question. How should governments and industries recalibrate their energy security strategies in this new global context? What tools, whether it's policy, technology, or partnerships, can protect energy flows, or look at this from an era of geopolitical friction? So our distinguished panelists here today will bring diverse expertise to unpack these challenges and also chart a path forward. We'll explore how to balance energy resilience with economic prosperity, navigate the clean energy path amid the supply chain vulnerabilities, as well as safeguard critical infrastructure, both from a physical as well as economic threat standpoint. So let's dive into this conversation, starting with introductions of our panelists. Again, thank you all for being here. First, I'd like to introduce Teofil Muresan. He is the CEO and founder of E-Infra Group. Mr. Muresan consolidated E-Infra in 2007, founding Direct One, if I'm not mistaken, the company with the longest neutral fiber optic network in Romania, Nova Power and Gas, a supplier and distributor of electricity and gas, and in 2010 founded WeSee, a service company for wind energy sector. And sorry, we're not in exact order here, but that's all right, we'll make it work. We also have Osama Mubaraz. Mr. Mubaraz has 30 years of experience in the oil and gas industry. He is currently the Secretary General of the East Mediterranean Gas Forum. Also, during his career, he supported key policy developments and reform in Egypt's petroleum sector. We also have with us today, in the second seat here, the Honorable Mark Menezes. Mr. Menezes is a nationally recognized energy attorney. He is a former Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of Energy, a former Undersecretary of Energy, and an executive at Berkshire Hathaway Energy Group. Welcome. And finally, at the very end, we have Ambassador Peter Haas. Ambassador Haas is a strategic advisor at Accelerate Energy, a leading provider of flexible energy, LNG solutions. He has 30 years of a distinguished experience in the U.S. Foreign Service, most recently, I believe, serving as ambassador to Bangladesh. Great. Well, welcome all of each and every one of you here today. So let's get to it. I want to first begin with the theme of infrastructure and energy security overall. So let me turn first to Ambassador Haas and then Mr. Muresan, if I may. What role should liquefied natural gas, floating storage and regasification units, SMR, small modular reactors, as well as grid interconnections, play in adapting rapidly to energy disruptions? For example, I know, Mr. Muresan, you could also certainly discuss the significance of planned projects such as the Black Sea, North Sea power corridor linking Romania to Northern Europe. So with that, let me maybe start with you, Mr. Muresan, and then Ambassador Haas, if you may. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be speaker here with Atlantic Council event. It's the first time as a speaker in US. Thank you so much. A great event, congratulations. My company, in fact, group of company, Infra, is involved in building, operating critical infrastructure in energy, telecom, and civil. We are involved in two important big projects in Romania. One of them is implementing the first SMR nuclear power plant with NuScale technology in Romania. Now we are in the stage of implementing the project. We started 3 years ago, and now we are in the phase of FEED 2. Till the beginning of next year, we'll finish this stage, and we maybe continue to be the most advanced SMR power plant in EU and maybe in Europe. And the second project where my group of companies are involved, it's also in new technology, in building a high voltage DC line from the Black Sea through Romania, connecting Hungary and the rest of Europe till the North Sea. This technology is quite new one, is used especially for the subsea cable, subsea connection, but we are using in a very new situation on the gas pipeline corridor, using the same corridor which is used for the BRUA corridor, Bulgaria, Romania, which offer a huge advantage. So when we are talking about the energy security in the region, in the areas close to conflicts or during the conflicts, it's maybe more difficult. Because if you are talking like in general about the resilience and affordability of the energy, you have to make decisions very fast. Almost overnight, Romania and other countries around Ukraine had to supply Moldavia, Ukraine with part of natural gas and power. So we had to move very fast to invest in all kinds of the generation power. We accelerate to build the gas power plant, more than 2 gigawatts under construction in Romania gas power plant. We have the biggest onshore wind farm. We started to build offshore wind farm, but we had to move also with new technologies. Having experience in nuclear with the existing technology, nuclear classic technology, I would say, our government partnering with the US authorities, and I would like to say thank you to US, to administration, to Department of Energy, and to American companies, NuScale, Fluor, and other companies. They helped to move very fast. So that we can say now the security in energy in the area Balkans and Eastern Europe is maybe very important to make very fast decisions in new technology or in existing technology.
Great. Ambassador Haas.
Thank you very much, Julia. Thank you to the Atlantic Council for having me here. Accelerate Energy, as you said, provides flexible LNG solutions. But to us, what that means is we deliver energy security in a variety of places all around the world. And we're talking about supply disruptions currently, both because of Russia and also what's happening in the Middle East, and that's obviously a focus. It's something that we have great experience in. So after the Russians cut off the gas to Finland, after Finland decided it wanted to join NATO, they were left in a difficult position. Within 10 months, we had a floating storage and regasification unit there delivering energy. And it not only replaced the energy they had lost from Russia, but also when the pipeline went down and when the wind stopped blowing, we were able to supply LNG to the market to keep the economy going. We've replicated that in Germany, where we have a floating storage and regasification unit. But we're also the world's largest owner, provider, operator of these vessels, and we provide energy security in other contexts as well. There's been relatively little talk during this conference about the Global South or the developing world. But that's some of our key markets. In Bangladesh, we provide about 40% of their natural gas through our FSRUs. In Pakistan, about 25%. And without this, they wouldn't even have the energy security to provide baseload power to keep their economies going. And because of the flexibility of our vessels, we can get there much quicker and much cheaper than it would cost for them to build a land-based LNG terminal. But we're also about the energy security involved in the transition to cleaner fuels. We're in Brazil. 70–80% of their power is renewable. But if it doesn't rain, they don't have power. And so we're there to provide them with what they need for intermittency. And so we view this whole notion of energy security very, very broadly. And our most recent acquisition is in Jamaica, where we just bought $1 billion of assets. And one of the things we would like to do with that is use it to create a regional hub to provide LNG throughout the Caribbean to help them solve their energy security needs.
Great, thank you so much. Turning to what's happening right now in the world, as you can imagine, regional leverage in this fragmented world. Let me turn to Mr. Mubarak as well as Mr. Menez. How can regional energy hubs, so to speak, contribute to this global energy security and try to foster cooperation in some way or another when we think about some of this fractured landscape today? Maybe I'll start with you, Mr. Mubarak.
Thank you, Julia, and thank you for the Atlantic Council. It's great to be here among this distinguished panel. And I think it's a very interesting question, especially nowadays. And maybe what I would like to highlight is the East Mediterranean Gas Forum and how it was established and what we're trying to do. And the whole idea of the East Mediterranean Gas Forum we saw that there are a lot of gas discoveries in the Eastern Mediterranean, in addition to a lot of potential for more gas discoveries, but to several challenges, they are not monetized, they are not developed. So the idea was, how can we bring together the different stakeholders from the governments and the companies to work together and to collaborate to develop these resources, monetize them, create value, and share this value. And while doing so, how can we have a more integrated energy system? And through integration and economic collaboration, we believe that we can create a narrative or a success story that can withstand some of the political tensions, especially in a region like the Eastern Mediterranean, which is very geopolitically sensitive. And among our member countries, we have Israel and Palestine sitting together, not discussing politics, but discussing economic collaboration and energy collaboration. And we believe that through this integration, we can withstand some of the political tensions. And we have successful examples. Gas is flowing from Israel to Egypt, some of it through Jordan, some of this gas is re-exported to Europe, so it's win-win for everyone. And we definitely can replicate these examples.
Mark.
Hello again. Julia, thank you for having. I'd like to thank the Atlantic Council really for the invitation. It really is a pleasure to be here. And listening to my fellow panelists and the questions, I'd just like to add a few things in discussion. I agree with everything that the other panelists have said. I'm Mark Menzies. I'm President and CEO of the United States Energy Association. And our organization really is over 100 years old. It was put together as a member of the World Energy Congress. And the World Energy Congress came about because over 100 years ago, there was the discovery and development of a lot of sources of petroleum and natural gas. And the global economy generally was powered by coal back then. And so the expectation was that countries had to be able to have access to this very efficient and new fuel that was going to drive economies and national security. And I'm reading articles here about steel, natural gas has talked about the transition fuel, and that may be. However, it's interesting to note that while we've been working 100 years to try to essentially move past coal, last year the world used more coal at any point in the history of the world. Used more oil and natural gas, used more renewables. But the point being, that we are having an ever-increasing demand for energy. Peter mentioned the global south. I mean, that's important that we do. So USEA has also been involved in some of these regional issues, that we've talked about, specifically with respect to, Eastern Europe. USEA was in Eastern Europe for decades, trying to get independence from, frankly, Russia and the former Soviet Union countries. Bring private industry in to invest in electricity infrastructure, natural gas infrastructure. Again, the goal was to increase not only supply, but suppliers into the region to give choice. And that has been going on for decades. We were there. We were able to help with the disconnection from the Ukrainian electric system from Russia right before the invasion. So this concept of working regionally is an important concept, and it has shown to be true in the past. With respect to the natural gas in the region, it's also important to be able to continue the work that has been done by the East Med Task Force, as well as Romania itself, and that is to ensure that natural gas that now can be brought into the East Med area can actually travel up into countries like Romania. And so we have been involved in the interconnector study because there has been some investments in, certainly the TAPS has been completed, the interconnector from Bulgaria, Greece and Bulgaria up, and now we're looking to try to how to open it up, the pathway, in an economic way. Now this is driven, of course, by private interests that need to take an interest in this and drive this. It's important for the region, but as well as you have to include, of course, the government officials too. So that's sort of the way that, we see both private industry and government working together in these regional areas to really try to bring in additional energy for economy and for economic gains and for global security.
Thank you very much. If I can just follow up maybe with Ambassador Haas and you again, Mark, as we think about all this and even bringing it back home to North America, so to speak, is there any type of regional strategy that North American stakeholders can do to really build on that foster of cooperation, if you will, and strengthen, I guess, a sense of resilience here in the home front?
I'm actually going to defer this one to Mark.
Oh, to Mark? Okay.
Did you say North America?
Yes, just looking back to, North America.
Yeah, right. So, you read the morning news, right, and you see what's happening. Instantly you think of Strait of Hormuz, right? You think of, okay, let's see, 40% of natural gas globally comes through that strait, although the U.S. is the leading producer of natural gas, but still we need to look at it globally. 20% of the world's oil, likewise, comes through. Most of this goes to China, in Asia, and the U.S. has stepped up its production, natural gas and oil, again, #1 producer of both in the world. Probably needs to start looking at potential increasing export amounts. Now, that's in context, right, as to what we're potentially facing, here. So to that end, you look to North America. Now, that's the immediate need. Long term, we heard the governor of Alaska talk in terms of this natural gas pipeline coming down, from Alaska. Some of us in this room have been around for decades and have personally worked on efforts with Congress and others to get that pipeline built. Entire careers, in fact, have been spent on almost getting that pipeline built. The pipeline has not yet been built. Now, this may be the time to do this. Now, this is a long-term play, and so when you see things that are happening in the Middle East, and really notwithstanding great strides that had just been made a few years ago, I can remember during the Trump 1, the true excitement and almost disbelief in the creation of the East Med Natural Gas Forum. Okay, the members of this were countries that had essentially declared that we'll never really work with them. And what we witnessed was with the discovery of the new finds by private industry, you could see governments coming together to take advantage of this. And we were really, truly thinking that peace could break out in the region over what? Over increased energy supply and access. So it's very, very important. And then following with the Abraham Accords, believe me, there was plenty of excitement. But U.S. and the North America really, I think, has to be prepared to step up in a real way. And thank goodness that we've had policies in place, certainly with this administration, to remove barriers to increase production, whether it's natural gas or oil. And now that if it's going to be needed, I think we're in a good position to be able to, to do that.
Especially with the regulatory process and hopefully getting through some of the permitting challenges that since they've taken so long. So that's a great point. Great. Well, this is another question I'd say to all four panelists. When we think about what tools are available out there, when you think about the market economies, how we can counter strategic economic influence, if you will, and looking at, we think about the Strait of Hormuz, which we had a discussion earlier about, this market manipulation that's ongoing. Is there anything specific that can be leveraged as we look at this overall and the impact it has on market economies? So if anyone wants to go first.
I would like to share with you from our experience in working with American companies, with American authorities in a very big projects in Romania, but we hope to be in the entire area. So very close with U.S. Embassy in Romania, Romanian Embassy, governments, we started very fast to decide and then to implement the projects. So in terms of gas, there is BRUA, Bulgaria, Romania. Of course, it's connected with Turkey and the rest of the Mediterranean countries. And now, in Romania, it's finished from the border with Bulgaria and the border with Hungary. And this year will be open a new connection from the Black Sea to BRUA. So this kind of corridor from the Black Sea, from the north to the south, from the east to west, are very important to supply Europe with natural gas. This is one. The second is to implement the new technology and to have enough power. I like very much renewables. I like very much batteries, storage in general. But without gas power plants, without nuclear, it's no future for the huge demand in Europe and in the world. We really need to move very fast, like we were forced to do, because we were very close for the conflict. We had to have a strategy yesterday, not today for tomorrow. So the pressure to find also new technology to implement push us to find solution to build the corridor for the power also. And as I mentioned, high voltage DC interconnectors, not connector between the countries, but crossing the countries, collocated with the metallical pipelines, so that the idea to put together, because it's about the DC, not AC, which is not allowed to be with metallical pipes. We proved, and it's the first project in Europe with this collocating, we proved that we can install the high voltage DC cable with a very high capacity. Each of them is 3 gigawatts. The project started with 2 cables from the Black Sea and continued to the North Sea. Germany started to build the Süd Link from the North Sea to the south, but on the land, it took 5 years to them to rent or to buy the land. So using the existing corridor is a huge advantage. I can mention also this corridor could be also the best place for the new generation of data centers. Why? Because we have a very high transportation, high voltage DC line, existing AC systems interconnected, and converters between these. to place this data center in the same place with the connectors have enough power, enough huge, because we are talking about the gigawatt connector in both AC and DC, fiber optics, which is needed for the. So the lesson we have learned is sometime when you are pushed to make decisions and to act, give some advantages. But our advantages, it was also to have a strong partner. So I do recommend to our neighbors, to the European country, to look very careful to nuclear technologies. Even it's the classic Romania now, it's investing in the new 2 reactor in the classic technology, but at the same time in the new technology with SMR. SMR are safer, 2 levels safer than the classic, and can balance also the system. It's not only for base load. Sorry so much with technical information.
No, this is great. I mean, diversification of supply is critical. And nuclear is part of that discussion. Great.
So you asked the question about strategic competition in market economies. I think for me and for Accelerate, it's strategic competition in non-market economies that is the more important question. When we compete in market economies, there's a tender process, we have all of this, there are rules of the road, we compete, and we compete fairly. In parts of the global south, they have rules that allow government-to-government transactions to happen directly with no tender, but if you're involving a business like Accelerate, you have to do an open, competitive tender process. There are lots of places where they go G to G because it's easier. And so it's critical to have the support of the US government, and of course I'll say this as a former ambassador, but it's critical to have the support of the US government when you're out doing deals. And it's critical to have elements and organizations like the Development Finance Corporation, US Trade and Development Agency, Export-Import, bank being there to help you, because you're then able to at least give the flavor of a government-to-government conversation and to receive the halo effect of US financing institutions. And it's also critical, just as policy and our domestic policy is critical to increase the amount of energy exports that we do from the United States. It's critical to have that support overseas to make sure we win the markets where we can deliver it.
Where it's reliable and affordable, hence the definition of energy security. Yes.
So, yeah, maybe the key message is in line with what has been said, is diversification. Diversification of energy resources, sources of supply, and also routes of supply. And this is definitely important to guarantee energy security, which is a concept that has been overlooked for a long time. And it emerges, unfortunately, only with crisis. It emerged with Russia-Ukraine war. It emerged with the war in Gaza and the Middle East, and with the recent crisis. And I think this has to be a concept for the short-term and long-term policies of any government and any market. And I think maybe the situation now is different from other crises, maybe 10, 15 years ago, because of definitely the US position in energy. Before that, the US used to be maybe the major importer of energy. Now it's different. It's a major supplier. And I think, again, I don't want to predict or to forecast anything, but I think any crisis in the Middle East, its impact is definitely, to a great extent, diluted by this concept. So if this would happen 15 years ago, I think things would have been quite different.
Serves as a buffer or barrier. Mark, any thoughts?
I was just sitting here reflecting and listening to Accelerate. Indeed, in our experience is the same. Global South, government to government, it's not always simply going in, not simply, but competing. You get government contracts. So I think that, it's very much important to recognize that, you have to be sufficiently flexible to be able to deal with these kinds of situations. And it's sometimes you have to get our own government involved with the other governments to ensure that tenders are fair and that tenders are actually led, and that, in the U.S. we just naturally think of things being, fair and open, that kind of thing. So there's always that. And so companies like Accelerate, need to know that and factor that into their business risks while trying to serve the business South and bringing energy access. And it's very frustrating being in the U.S. in part because we don't have a sovereign fund. President Trump made that quip at one point, and indeed, it's something that you feel when you're in the U.S. government and you're trying to, bring energy projects, around the world, if you will. Well, the U.S., that's not how we do business. It's all private business. And even for projects in the regions of the world that we're talking about for strategic importance, if Accelerate and other companies did not exist, where we and can support their efforts, you're really at a loss to be able to actually get this infrastructure built. And in the area of Eastern Europe, as we were talking about, what we discovered was all economic modeling for any infrastructure went out the window if you factored Gazprom being able to flood the market anytime it wanted. Well, there would be no economic reason for any infrastructure, and that was by design. That's how Gazprom operated. So what we have to overcome, private businesses as well as those that have been in and out in government trying to do this, groups that come together like the East Med, to accomplish what you're undertaking. Again, it's I'm sure the audience can appreciate this, but imagine that undertaking in that region of the world, really to get countries and then working together. So it's hard to understate, the difficulty of talking about this when, most of this is done with private investment, and figuring out that landscape, is not an easy thing to do.
It's certainly, I found with industry, it'll happen quicker. They'll have the on-the-ground experience to get through some of those barriers that could take a while through bureaucracies of any government, so to speak. So, excellent. I think we have time for one more round, if I may. As we know, with all these unresolved conflicts, such as Russia's war in Ukraine or China's territorial claims on Taiwan, all looming over the future of energy projects, especially when it comes to trade routes. How should states and especially companies as well try to attract that investment, if you will, especially when you're thinking about all these potential geopolitical risks that increase, such as in the Eastern Mediterranean, to try to make the case, if anything, to investors in an age where secure supply is paramount? Let me open it up.
I think it goes back to what we've been talking about, and that's the question of diversification.
Yeah.
Diversification of what you're producing domestically, what you're importing, how you're importing it, and how vulnerable those routes are. If you have a shoreline, which not everyone does, and you're getting all of your gas from a pipeline, you need to think. If you are getting almost all of it from renewable energy, and if you believe the sun is always going to shine and it's always going to rain, and then that's fine. But I think it's the question of diversification and making sure that you have multiple options and that you have an insurance policy. And we sometimes talk about our FSRUs as insurance policies, that they can just sit there off the coast filled with LNG, and if you need it, it's there. And so it's this question of diversification and really thinking through all of the potential risks and then planning infrastructure around it.
My opinion, the main goal when we are talking about energy security to be continuous supplied, resilient, and affordable, of course, have to have very smart mix in production. Renewables, it's like a pleasant heat. We know a lot about the renewables, but can it be without the gas power plants to match together because they are unpredictable? And of course with batteries and with nuclear for the forces. If the mix is built with the right technologies, with the proof technologies, so we are happy having American technologies in our projects. This is about generation, and then about the transmission. Without intracontinental and intercontinental routes for the gas, for the power, for the data, we are blocked in producing in different areas, and we cannot exploit really economically the resources. So, in my opinion, diversification, as my colleague mentioned, corridors crossing the continent and between the continents, right technology and right partnerships. We started in Romania with a partnership between Romanian big state companies like Nuclear Electrica, National Grid, with a private company, and then together partnership with the American companies like Fluor, a very old, very strong EPC company, NewScale, the most advanced, in our opinion, in SMR technology in the world, in our opinion, reliable, with a great future. So I think this mix between the technologies and partnership is the key.
Yeah, it takes a champion to take that first leap, and maybe others will follow when it comes to that technology and innovation. Mark?
Yeah, no, I just want to echo that, and I'm glad you mentioned again the SMR. In the world of electricity, small modular reactor technology is really, coming to be. And TEO has the first NuScale SMR, this is a light water reactor, that is under construction and will be the first to operate in the world. Now, this is not an insignificant achievement here. In the world of electricity, while we've been talking about natural gas and oil primarily for transportation and home heating and cooking needs, in the world of electricity, these small modular reactors, this is no small accomplishment here. The reason I feel so excited about it is while at the department, if you're not aware, a significant amount of U.S. taxpayer dollars went to help to develop this technology, and many people spent many hours to build the first NuScale reactor in the state of Idaho. It did not happen. So this is a U.S. technology, U.S. company. The first NuScale SMR will be built in Romania. And that will serve as to get the data for all others. Now, there's other SMR technologies to be sure. There's advanced reactors, and there's a lot of enthusiasm and excitement about that. But that shouldn't be understated here. So in the world of electricity, when you look at today's events that have really taken up a lot of our time talking about energy, the world of electricity, think about a future world, where electricity, natural gas will still play its role in generation, but imagine a greater role for nuclear. And we're not talking about the large reactors, and in many ways we're talking about fuels that will not be highly enriched, so they're low enriched, they're high SA, low enriched, they're triso fuels, and that's the fuel of the future. So I just wanted to, sort of foreshadow what the future could be. So whenever we have these panels next time, really natural gas and oil will be talked about there. Electricity might have its own set of issues that we talk about.
Yeah, so I believe if we really want to attract more investments, to produce more energy, to do more energy infrastructure projects, it is key to have extensive engagement between the governments and the industry and the investors. So the governments has a role to play to set the right policies, the regulations, and the investors definitely has a role to play. And in this regard, I believe The EMGF, again, represents a model I believe is successful because at the EMGF, it's not just the governments. Yes, they have our 8-member countries and observers, but we also have a couple of what we call advisory committees. We have the Gas Industry Advisory Committee that now has 37 members, all operating in the Eastern Mediterranean. They have the IOCs like Exxon, Chevron, BP, Shell, but also they have the service providers. They have the EPC contractors. They have the financing institutes. And recently we have established what we call implementing groups across the value chain of the gas industry that has representatives from these companies, from the governments, and also from the regulators. So I believe this kind of engagement, addressing the concerns, the challenges, discussing projects, this is important if we really want to to fast-track the projects that we need.
That's a great point, that interactive engagement will be critical. The need for diversification, absolutely. The technology and innovation is certainly there, and having a champion to lead some of that through industry will be certainly critical. So it looks like we're out of time, but I just want to thank each and every one of you and the panelists today, so please give them a warm welcome, or warm applause.
Please welcome the Leadership Spotlight, moderated by the Senior Director and Morningstar Chair for Global Energy Security of the Global Energy Center at the Atlantic Council, Landon Derentz.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and it's great to see you all here on day 2 of the Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. I'm excited to have a short dialogue here, a quick dialogue with an innovative thinker, expert on geopolitics and how the world works. He happens also to be the CEO of Repsol, a major global oil and gas company, energy company, not only oil and gas, but raw materials exploration, low carbon solutions, the whole gamut. Josu Jon Imaz, thank you for being here, CEO of Repsol. Really a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Landon, and thank you for having me here. It's a real honor for me.
So in preparing for this conversation, I was looking back to when you took over as CEO in 2014. And at that time, oil prices collapsed within 6 months of your tenure, your new tenure as executive of this company. Russia invades Crimea, a lot of volatility in the world, and reflecting, how things right now, as we look at 10 years later, 2022, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, geopolitical strife in the Middle East, volatility is a feature of this business, and I'm really interested to hear how you're thinking about what can be done to reduce that market volatility. But in the context of this, the United States over that decade have taken maybe separate, sometimes divergent paths, not exclusively, but what are we looking at in the landscape between the EU and the US and that managing that volatility?
So first of all, let me say, Landon, that volatility is part of this business. We don't invest for 1 year. We invest for 10, 20, 25 years. So we know that in the midst, we are going to suffer this kind of ups and downs. That is part of our business. And for us, I mean, being in the States is, I mean, a good decision. We are happy being here. We have invested almost $20 billion over the last 20 years in the States. That for the dimension of our company is a huge amount of money. This year, we are going to invest $2 billion in the US. And let me say, we feel at home here in the US. And not only because the business, a friendly environment, because, and that is important to underline in these complex days, because we are part of the same community of values. We share the value of human rights, respect of democracy, balance of power, market-friendly areas. I mean, Atlanticism and the concept of Atlantic Council, for me, represents all these kind of values. And on top of that, let me say that being here in the States is a good decision because you have a friendly country to invest here. Friendly because, first of all, it's a large market, 340 million people. It's the largest global economy. On top of that, you have a market-friendly orientation in all your policies, and that is very important for a company investing in the long term, the respect of rule of law. And let me say, being in the energy sector, you have a very important thing. You have an energy ambition to produce more energy, either molecules or electrons in the country, and you have a deregulation agenda. And you respect the principle of technological neutrality with no biases. I mean, we need more energy. We need an energy transition, of course, but we need an energy transition based on technology and not based on ideology. And sometimes, and I'm sad saying that, in Europe we forgot the principle of the energy trilemma. We forgot the security of supply concept, and we built dependence on Russia, and we risk to build dependence on China now regarding the electric vehicle and some forms of mobility. We forgot the concept of affordability, and we suffer in 2022, 2023, and European families suffer to pay the energy bills, and our industry is suffering the energy cost. And I think that all that is important and has to be respected. My hope is that after the release of a Draghi report last summer, I think that this is a clear claim that we have to take action, and we need a radical change in European energy policies. Now, we need leadership, and we need speed.
So the Draghi report obviously being the one on competitiveness and how Europe can respond to this world, which is increasingly difficult to operate and have business certainty. You're putting billions of dollars in the United States, but you didn't talk about billions of dollars in Europe. So I'm thinking about the opportunities and change in that report in particular that maybe enables Europe to be on the same footing for that scale of investment.
I mean, we are an integrated company. That means that we have our downstream business, and we are a Spanish company, an Iberian company, proud of being Spanish. And I mean, part of our activities is there. As 60% of our capital employed is in Spain and Portugal, our refineries, our service stations, our retail power business, and so on. And a 35%, that could be something close to a current 90% of the total E&P investment effort is here in the US. So from the point of view of the E&P, we are an American company. And what we need in Europe to be more attractive, because we are also a very large market, when we take into account the European Union and the European common market, including UK, Iceland, Norway, and so on, we are more than 500 million people. So we are a very large market. But we need mainly three things that are clearly described in the Draghi report. First, we need less regulation. we have too many directives, bills, laws, regulation, and so on. And that is for the 60% of the European companies, being over-regulated is the main obstacle to invest in Europe. So I think that there is a clear message there. On top of that, you have the advantage of being a single market. We aim to be a single market, but we still have a lot of internal barriers in Europe, and we have to overcome and erase these barriers. And there is another aspect that is very important in the Draghi report related to our sector. We have to respect the principle of technological neutrality. I mean, I always underline a point. You Americans saved Europe many times in the 20th century, and sometimes putting the blood and the life of your people to defend the freedom of Europeans. I can't forget that. But you also saved Europe in 2022. The American fracking saved the European energy system in 2022 and 2023. And it's a contradiction because, I mean, in many European countries, fracking, including mine, fracking is forbidden. Exploring and producing natural gas is forbidden in many European countries, including mine. And at the same time, we say to our friends, please, I need your gas. It's great. We love American gas. Repsol, we have contracts from the Gulf of America to supply our Spanish system. But I think that we need to be more coherent to boost and to enhance and to increase the investment in Europe.
So, you know, it's interesting hearing you draw out these specific elements of the Draghi report and then pivot to geopolitics, because the competitiveness narrative has really kind of been overtaken by events. And there's two things about that. One, of course, you have the ongoing invasion in Ukraine and European energy security, and now you have a crisis in the Middle East. And then you compound that with a thematic of this forum this week, which has been this surging aspect of energy demand from AI and features that are reshaping the energy system again. How should we be thinking about energy security in this context?
I mean, energy security is crucial. And more, as you mentioned, London, in a context where we need more energy. Today we are 8.2 billion people in the world. We are going to be probably by 2040, 2050, more than 9.5 billion people. So more people, more prosperity. I can't forget that, roughly speaking, 90% of current humans, they don't know the experience of flying in a plane. So I want for this 90% of humans the same prosperity you, myself, and my family, they have. That means more energy. On top of that, in this fantastic forum of Atlantic Council, we have listened over these 2 days the need of AI, the increasing power to feed this artificial intelligence. In the States, you are going to need year after year 3% more of power to feed all these systems. So we need security, reliability. That is crucial. So in this sense, I think that again, this concept of more integration and more linkage between the European and the States in energy terms is very positive because, I mean, today, promoting and boosting the Atlantic energy concept is very positive in terms of security of supply because you are, in some way, a safe harbor, a safe supply country. I mean, today, increasing the connection between the Gulf of America and Europe in terms of natural gas is a positive way to cope with the problem of having a reliable partner for the future. I mean, this morning I listened in this stage that, I mean, some people saying that perhaps we have to think about having a reliable partner for coming 20 years because we had this experience with the Russians and we failed. I mean, I can't compare the Russians with the Americans. The Americans, you saved Europe, as I mentioned before, twice over the last 100 years. We share the same kind of values. I mean, I think that we have to boost this reliable relationship between the European Union and the States to guarantee the energy needs of Europe. On top of that, I mean, we have our own duties also at home. We have to explore our own resources. That is going to arrive. It's not easy. I mean, everybody say, okay, because in Europe we don't explore natural gas because we lack of resources. That's not true.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There really is a need for clarity. Countries are going to pursue energy sets that match their indigenous competitive advantages, right? And it's interesting to think about it as one strong, monolithic United States, and then a very fractured European independent state model for doing that. And so it'll be curious, how that moves forward. Let's just focus on the United States, though, on two facets. One on policy, and one on finance. In the policy space, do you see solutions? A hot debate here in Washington, D.C. is often the merits of permitting reform and getting things built. Like, do we need to pull down red tape?
I mean, I think that permitting is a problem everywhere. It's a problem in the U.S., it's a problem in the European Union, and I think that we have to put all the political tools on the table to accelerate the permitting of energy infrastructures. Because, I mean, we had the governor of Alaska some minutes ago here and telling us about the experience of the TAP that was developed in 2.5 years, some decades ago. I mean, today, either in Europe or in the States, that will be impossible. We have to redress these kind of obstacles. We have, groups of interest that in a legitimate way, they defend their positions, but they can't be always the obstacles to the development of the infrastructures we need. Because, prosperity of people is behind this infrastructure. So I think that in a bipartisan way everywhere, I'm not talking about American politics, I say that for my own country, for Europe, and of course for the States, we need to put permitting at the very top of the agenda.
Well, we had Senator Hickenlooper here to kick off the morning, and he did talk about the merits of some bipartisan thinking, at least getting to 60 votes in the Senate. So, maybe there's opportunity space here, and hope to keep you in the city thinking about it. But let's talk about the other element that I was considering there, which is the financial aspect. And, there's often a debate between is there enough capital out there, but are there bottlenecks and new financing mechanisms that can help close the infrastructure gap?
Again, Landon, because, let me underline that I'm Spanish and European. I'm very proud of being European. But again, talking about financing, we have a problem. We define in Europe a concept that is called taxonomy, that is putting obstacles to finance. Natural gas is almost impossible to be financed in Europe because, every European bank or institution that is ready to finance a gas project has some kind of punishment in terms of the use of capital coming from the European Central Bank for this concept that was defined as green taxonomy. So the same energy that we are using and we used to save Europe in the energy crisis is punished by the European financial system to be used. And I don't accept that we do that on behalf of the concept of decarbonization. That is not true. Because if we analyze what has happened in the world in 2022 and 2023, the main responsible of the increase of CO2 emissions were the European policies. Because we lack and we forgot the concept of producing natural gas, and after the Russian disruption, we had to to buy LNG all around the world, increasing the price of LNG and making it impossible for many countries from the global south to use the LNG and forcing them to shift from gas to coal. So, we have to break this, let me say, nocive concept of a green taxonomy in Europe, because otherwise we are going to have obstacles to develop the energies, all the energies we need. And again, I'm not suspicious of not believing on decarbonization. 35% of the capex of our own company is devoted to low carbon technologies. That is a quite unique case in the oil and gas sector in the world. But I believe in all the molecules, including oil and gas, and in all kinds of electrons, nuclear, natural gas, and renewable. We are going to need all that to fulfill the needs of prosperity of the world.
Well, we need energy, that's for sure. And before we close out, I want to go really quickly, because I know the clock is out of time, to Alaska. We had the governor here today. You had a trip recently where you met with Doug Burgum and Chris Wright. And I just want to hear your reflections two ways. How is the United States thinking about that project from energy dominance? And how is Europe and Brussels thinking about this from an aspect of energy security?
So first, I'm happy being in Alaska. We bet in favor of Alaska 13 years ago as Repsol, discovering a significant amount of oil in the North Slope in a time where everybody was investing in the lower 48. And at the end of this year, with our partner Santos, we are going to start producing the first oil of a project that is going to change the history of the energy in Alaska. We are going to increase in at 20% the total Alaska's oil production. So it's really, I'm happy and proud of being part of this history of transformation, of turning point of Alaska. And I think that we have to think, and the governor of Alaska explained that in a better way that I could do that this contribution of Alaska in terms of oil, in terms of gas, is in some way going to help also American allies in the Pacific Rim. And having more natural gas in the world is also going to contribute to shift from coal to gas in many countries of the Global South. And again, we have to work in favor of the trilemma, and guaranteeing the security of supply, producing more resources, is also a way to have cheap energy and to decarbonize the world in a quick way, but at the same time preserving the prosperity and well-being of people. And I think that we have to be convinced with any kind of ideological bias in any direction, either in Washington or in Brussels.
Josu Jon, thank you for being a part of the story of how we're bridging these critical issues around the world, the transatlantic partnership, and a partner here at the Global Energy Forum. Please join me and thank you, the CEO of Repsol.
Please welcome the members for the panel on oil and gas markets in the era of energy dominance, moderated by non-resident senior fellow, Global Energy Center at the Atlantic Council, and managing director of Fannin Global Advisors, Frank Fannin.
Well, thank you all for joining. I've got a great panel. We're going to get right into it after make a brief couple of introductions. We have a diverse panel to speak about a very big topic. Elisa Newman-Hood is the Executive Vice President and General Counsel of Accelerate Energy. Hunter Hunt is the co-chair and co-CEO of Hunt Consolidated Companies and chairman and CEO of Hunt Energy Holdings. And Steve Nally is currently the acting administrator and deputy administrator of the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Thank you all for being here. Steve, I want to start with you. Last Tuesday, the EIA released its short-term energy outlook, just a few days before missiles started flying. How'd you do? on the forecast.
Well, Frank, thanks first for moderating the session. It's a privilege to be on the stage here with such knowledgeable people. As you mentioned, we released the short-term energy outlook last Tuesday, just before, as you said, missiles began to fly. But I think the short-term energy outlook is a good reference point for people about what the markets look like just before then. So at that point, we saw crude oil markets with having a bit of slack in them, with inventories building pretty consistently through the end of 2026. And for those people who are not familiar with the short-term energy outlook, it's our forecast through the end of 2026. And there was what we saw was reduced demand due to less economic activity, and also OPEC Plus's decision to move forward. Production increases is what really create the slack in the market. And so we forecast by the end of 2026 that crude oil prices would be below, just slightly below $60 a barrel, and we saw production in the U.S. falling just below the record high in the second quarter of 13.5 million barrels per day. So that's on the crude oil side. On the natural gas side, we saw a natural gas growth through this year and next year. And that's really because we're in the midst of a large build-out in the United States for LNG facilities. So the U.S. has a large market to sell into. We see U.S. natural gas prices are far below the prices in Europe, and so we see strong exports to European and Asian markets, and we see U.S. continuing to have LNG exports to 22% this year and 10% next year. So that's kind of how we saw the market. I think it's a good reference point for people going into it. As we said, there was in the crude oil market, you're seeing prices trade much higher this week, obviously, but that's kind of where we saw a thing. There was, no price premium that was already built in.
Yeah, thank you for that. That was a very diplomatic way to respond to the issues, as a man from EIA would be. Hunter, if I may, your group of companies is really a standout of American companies in the fact that you go into those frontier areas. You can see through, to the extent one possible, to manage political risk, reputation, all those risks issues that really put a lot of companies, take them out of not seeing opportunities. How do you see the dynamics at play today? How do you see the trajectory? Where do you see opportunities as an entrepreneurial kind of company that you are?
No, thanks, Frank. And of course, we totally saw what would happen last week. That was, we're odd. We're private, family-owned, third generation. It allows us to continue to be active domestically, but also internationally. And we believe some of the greatest opportunities, both for the company, but also for the local communities, are in those international areas. And we've gone to some odd places along the way. We were in North Yemen starting in 1981. We still have actually an LNG project that is offline there. But we're in Peru, we're in Tunisia, Morocco. We have production in Kurdistan. And you're right, people often ask about political risk, and they kind of view us, I think, more in the traditional wildcatter mindset. I think we would have a slightly different view of that. The problem with political risk is you can't put it in a spreadsheet. It doesn't fit well in Excel. Ironically, though, there are a lot of people that will run analysis in Excel and think, okay, this is great, I have it analyzed. And nothing in many ways could be further from the truth. I started off as a trader, commodity trader, early in my career. Forward markets are inherently wrong. If the forward market for crude oil is high, people will invest. Oftentimes they'll hedge, which means that when you get out to that point in the future, there'll be more supply. The same is true in reverse. If the forward prices are low, it's a disincentive for investment, and then you create the shortage situations. So in many ways, when you look at domestic or OECD type oil and gas opportunities and you're relying on those forward markets, they're inherently wrong. When we look at politics, we try to take the same mental approach. non-quantified. And so a great case in point, when we went into Peru in 99, I think Fujimori had just resigned by fax from Japan. I think we're on our 11th president today in those 25 years. But my father at the time was looking backwards and forwards and said, I think we have the makings of a country trying to become more transparent and stable. And we've had a fantastic run in Peru, all throughout the ups and downs that are there. The same has been true in the Middle East. We're very proudly in the Kurdish region of Iraq, even with the challenges of exporting oil through the pipeline through Turkey, which isn't right now. But we're taking a bit of a longer-term view. And so, when you have events like this week where there's a potential complete realignment of the Middle East as we conceive of it, we think there's a lot of opportunity for American companies and for those that are willing to bet on the people and the underlying growth trends that are there rather than just simply waiting for the dust to clear or trying to simplify it down to a simple model.
Yeah, so you're also, it sounds like you're focused on growth areas where the demand's going to be and versus OECD, which is going to have, on a relative basis, lackluster demand.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's great. Speaking of kind of political risk, Elisa, if I may, you talk about these countries and political risk, and ever since kind of the Liberation Day tariff announcements, there's the mainstream media and plenty of administration critics have talked about the trade discussions, trade tensions, some say trade wars, are a new form of political risk that's really creating a headwind on American industry and American companies. You're a global company. You also are entrepreneurial and going out to around the world. How do you see these tariffs, the trade dimensions? Is that a headwind? Is it a tailwind? Is it something you're not even concerned with? How do you view it?
Thanks, Frank, for the question. I'm very grateful to be here today. I have to say specifically, I'm very grateful to be in this room today. While I commend Landon, my friends at the Atlantic Council, for their creative formats, I have to say it's quite nice. I know there's the 360-degree room across the hall, but it's very nice to actually be able to see all of you in front of me here. And as I look out in the room, I see a lot of friends and partners. I believe some of you will have heard my colleague Peter Haas speak about Accelerate 2 panels ago, but just perhaps a quick introduction for those who may not know us. So Accelerate is a market leader in LNG import solutions, particularly floating LNG import known as FSRUs. We are Houston-based. We've been in business for about 20 years, and we are listed on the New York Stock Exchange. So, Frank, to your question, I think I'm going to echo, Hunter, some of your optimism that you expressed about oil in the domain of LNG. So, obviously, like pretty much every company around the world, in the U.S. in particular, in the room, we are grappling with the trade negotiations, tariffs, what that means for our business. But I think the thesis that we've been able to arrive at, that I have in speaking also to colleagues, now that we've had a few, let's say, months to let this percolate and really reflect, is that U.S. LNG is poised to emerge, we think, victorious from this period. That's for, I would say, a couple of reasons. Namely, as U.S. trading partners really look around the world and they are trying to redress trade imbalances with the U.S., U.S. LNG, which is a long-term, sort of large volume product, is really going to make a bigger dent in their trade surpluses than perhaps, let's say, more one-off items, cars, soybeans, what have you. And I think that's especially true in the countries, by coincidence or not, that have the largest trade surpluses with the U.S., particularly in South and Southeast Asia. And then what I also think you see is a confluence of those same trading partners making the pivot from coal and to a lesser extent liquid fuels to natural gas, which again increases their interest in buying U.S. LNG. And what I think we are seeing is U.S. LNG supply deals that are quite close to the finish line, and perhaps it's these trade negotiations that actually may push them the last mile. A great example of that is very recently JERA signed up, I think it was about 5 MTPA of U.S. LNG, which we really see as I see as a win-win, both for traditional allies, U.S. and Japan. I guess perhaps the last point I'd make, maybe cutting the other way, is yes, of course, these trade wars, as I guess they're becoming, and reciprocal tariffs we are seeing that they are to some extent blocking the flow of U.S. LNG. And of course, I'm thinking about China in particular. But as I look at it, I don't see that necessarily or really meaningfully changes the size of the LNG pie. It just changes how it's divvied up. So where China right now is getting LNG from sources other than the United States around the world, and then on the flip side, you have U.S. LNG that's finding a home in other markets, namely in Europe, again, at least for the time being. And again, I think we see LNG demand worldwide is continuing to grow. U.S. supply is there, and it's growing. So net, as I said, I really think that U.S. LNG is going to come out of this particular period really stronger than ever.
Thank you. That's a really interesting perspective. I hadn't considered that there is a knock-on benefit of the trade tensions. Of course, you expected that U.S. LNG would. It makes sense, as you described, in terms of the balance of payment question, that they would buy more. But in terms of it's accelerating an environmental story, in terms of pushing forward on coal conversion, in particular in some of the Southeast Asian nations that you mentioned, that's something that I've not heard of, and I think that's something we should consider exploring a little bit. What are the co-benefits? I've not heard anyone talk about that. It's a fascinating point. Steve, the EIA's annual outlook includes projections, but they're all based on current policies. The current policies appear to be, well, they're probably going to change and potentially change rather dramatically. How do you see that? How do you outlook your next outlook? As the reconciliation bill and other policies, which would pretty meaningfully change the Inflation Reduction Act, change demand scenarios, and certainly probably provide a little bit more pro-supply policy. How do you see that working through in your thinking and preparing for the next outlook?
Well, thanks for the question. Yeah, as you said, we put out our annual energy outlook for 2025 in April of this year, and it was based upon laws and regulations as of December 2024. So there is a lot of policy conversation, discussion, as you said, out there. We will certainly incorporate those into the next time we run an annual energy outlook. I think a couple key takeaways from that is as you know, we kind of just talked a little bit about what oil demand and prices and looks in our short-term forecast. In the long term, we, with the current laws and regulations as of December 2024, we show crude oil production peaking at around 2030 and then declining through the full forecast, projection period, sorry, not a forecast, it's not a prediction. It's a set of, so the AEO, for those that don't know, it's a set of projections, not forecasts. It's not a prediction of what will happen, but a varied set of assumptions that we give a range of outcomes so people can look at, use that in terms of how they might see the world unfolding. It's a range of scenarios that could unfold. But in most cases, we do see oil peaking around 2030 and declining through the rest of the projection period to 2050. In terms of new policies, we'll certainly incorporate those in the next one. I think one way to look at the AEO is in the AEO 2025. We also included 2 alternative policy cases. One was an alternative transportation case. Policy matters. So in the alternative transportation case, we rolled back CAFE standards and tailpipe emission regulations, and you see the penetration of EVs change, the trajectory changes significantly. And we also included an alternative electricity case where we roll back EPA Rule 111 You see there, again, it has a significant impact, but like coal, for example, we show in the reference case and most other cases that coal pretty much goes away through 2050, but when you roll back the 111 rule, you actually see coal respond and come back. So it just is an example of how, policy matters, and we'll certainly look forward to incorporating the new set of policies when we run the next AEO.
So no predictions?
No predictions.
Or forecasts, or no, okay. Thank you. Elisa, we, as I mentioned to Hunter, we look at energy markets often through a geopolitical lens, and there's certainly a lot of geopolitical stories playing out. Of course, the Middle East is an ever-present one, but of course, we've also been pretty consumed with Europe and energy in Europe questions. But there's a big world out there that's not just the Middle East and Europe. Where do you see the geopolitics of energy that is being underrepresented in the narrative and the discussions in Washington and elsewhere? Where should we be thinking that we're not? Where's the next kind of evolution of the knock-on effects of the geopolitics of energy? Where do you see it playing out?
Thanks, Frank. Well, I love talking about Europe. So I've spent a lot of time these past few years talking about Europe. Accelerate, since the Russia's invasion of Ukraine has put FSRUs into Finland and Germany. We've sold LNG cargoes into Europe. So I could talk about Europe all day, but I won't. In fact, I'd like to talk about a region a little closer to home, the Caribbean, in fact. So this is top of mind, a region really that's top of mind for us at Accelerate. Just last month, we purchased all of Jamaica's LNG capacity. That's 2 LNG import terminals, a gas-fired power plant, and associated infrastructure. So we are looking, again, at opportunities to bring LNG, not only and increase LNG to Jamaica, but into the countries of the region. I've had an opportunity to visit a couple of countries in the Caribbean since the beginning of the year, and I'm going to be honest, I was pretty surprised by what I saw. I hadn't been to the Caribbean since I was a kid. I flew into an airport in one of these countries whose expansion was being funded by the Chinese. I drove, or I guess I should say I was driven, on a road that had been built by the Chinese, past schools that had, and community centers that had signage in Mandarin. I have to say it was a pretty big surprise. I came home, I did some research. I found that China has invested about $10 billion in 6 Caribbean countries over the past 2 decades. I know that's not an eye-popping number, but these are small economies, and a little bit goes a long way. I also learned that and this is, I think, quite amazing, of the 12 countries worldwide that recognize Taiwan, 5 of them are in the Caribbean, for now. I want to say for now. So again, doing more research, I learned, and I think probably of most relevance to this group, that China has made some pretty serious energy infrastructure investments in the Caribbean. So CNOOC and CNODC have upstream interests in Guyana. There was a time when a Chinese state-owned enterprise, they've since sold down, but owned 10% of Trinidad LNG, so the only LNG export terminal in the region. And then, of course, you have all the associated infrastructure that China has invested in. So China owns one of Jamaica's 3 alumina refineries. They own electrical grids. They own ports. So I would say from what I saw and then what I researched, Belt and Road is really going quite strong in the Caribbean. So I think the question then from the U.S. geostrategic point of view is what do we do about that? And I like a quote that I read in an Atlantic Council paper recently. The Atlantic Council has done a lot of really good thinking and writing about Caribbean energy markets. And the paper called the Caribbean America's third border. So I guess the challenge or the thought, the idea is maybe it's time to reclaim our backyard. And when you look at the opportunities to invest for U.S. companies to invest in energy infrastructure in the Caribbean, you look at opportunities to bring U.S. LNG into the Caribbean. I mean, the opportunities are there, the need is there, the desire to switch from liquid fuels is there. So, and the foundation is there, and I guess I would just make two last points on that. One is that the U.S., I guess not surprisingly, is the Caribbean's largest trading partner. We have about last year, about $90 billion in trade, 40 billion of which is surplus. And then secondly, of course, and it's almost so obvious it goes without saying, is the proximity. So huge transportation savings in U.S. LNG basically arriving at the doorstep of the U.S. So I think there's a really strong foundation, again, U.S. Caribbean, that we should be building on.
Yeah, well said. Of course, the administration, Secretary Rubio, Deputy Secretary Landau have elevated the Western Hemisphere as a key location of focus, and I think that testimonial is why that focus is warranted. Moving over to Hunter, you heard Steve sharing some predictions on demand forecasts. I keep hearing and reading lots about what AI is going to mean for demand, and I'm not sure exactly if those projections on AI penetration has been incorporated in EIA's information quite as yet. But you're in Texas, the heart of this boom. Running these businesses, how do you see AI impact? Do you think both in terms of the energy demand expectations and also American industry ability to meet that, as well as the infrastructure to accommodate all of this new industrial revolution?
Yeah, it's pretty substantial and phenomenal, and I don't believe it's captured by a lot of forward projections that people have. I'll relay a conversation I had with the CEO of Oncor, which is it's Texas's largest utility. It's actually the largest one in the country. It has a peak demand of 31 gigawatts today, which just by comparison, Spain they peak around 40 gigawatts. So just this one utility is effectively 3/4 of Spain. With the large load, so they cover the Permian Basin, they pick up the oil and gas activities, but we have a lot of data center activity in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It's the number 2 market behind Loudoun County here in Northern Virginia. Just with signed interconnects where they've ordered equipment, dirt's moving, things are moving forward, they have 9 gigawatts of large load that is coming online in the next 5 years. So they'll go from 31 to 40 gigawatts. And then if you go through the historic expressions of interest, so people will show up and they say, hey, I may have a data center, or I have an oil processing facility or a gas pipeline, or they screen those, and with a traditional screening that they would say has an 85 to 90% confidence that the load will show up, they have another 29 gigawatts of demand. It is, I mean, as they would say, it's not farcical, because this is what they're being told is coming. Now, it's absolutely true that the hyperscalers can afford to walk away from deposits in ways that perhaps other people haven't. So there are questions around the numbers. But it's staggering to see the energy ramifications of AI. And then you start to go through the geopolitical angles of all this as well, where clearly we need much more natural gas. The challenges we've been talking about for the last 2 days are the constraints around the combined cycle power plants. The turbines are hard to get your hands on. The electrical infrastructure at the transmission voltage level, you're looking at 3 to 5 year wait times. So it's really hard to see any of that showing up and saving the day in the near term. Ironically, for a state that in Texas today, again, with a state grid that peaks at 85 gigawatts, so a little bit more than twice of Spain, we have 40 gigawatts of wind. We have over 30 of solar, going to 50 in the next 3 years. but we've decided that we aren't too wild about the renewables. Batteries have gone from nothing to over 10 gigawatts. But we're quickly moving into the phase where kind of the old beggars can't be choosers. I mean, any piece of steel that you can prop up to help power what's going on, we're going to need. And the last thing, and this flows into kind of the LNG side of the world as well, is a lot of our gas comes from, they call it associated gas production. So we produce a lot of oil out of the Permian. Permian's producing over 6 million barrels a day. So we'd be, actually, I guess we'd be the second largest producer in OPEC right now if we were part of it. It's a huge field just by itself. But a lot of the gas comes out with that production. We're trying to work our way through, if natural gas prices in the States go from the $2 to $3.50 range, where we've been kind of floating around, to the $5 to $7 range again. If we see a return of gas for AI coupled with record exports coming out of the U.S. for LNG, I think geopolitically and politically here in the country, we're going to have a much more transparent and coherent conversation about how all these pieces fit together.
Yeah, I think it's an important point, especially with that demand. The volumes are the volumes. The constraint in building this out, the queue, I don't...
Phenomenal. It's just incredible.
But the normal citizens who aren't, signing up to use the AI engine to cheat on their essay in high school, someone has to pay for all of that, and that's going to create an interesting point. You're right in the middle of it. Elisa, I wanted to go back to you. You talk about the Caribbean and the frontier for geopolitics, great power competition. I've seen it too. I've been in Panama and seen the Confucian centers going to. I mean, it's pretty startling to see. But how about as a business? How do you operate in a place like the Caribbean? I assume that the reason why we see such a strong Chinese presence is because U.S. companies have kind of turned their back on the backyard for quite some time. How do you see it as an opportunity? How do you see it as just a business venture as a region?
Thanks. It's a great point. And actually, in an earlier panel, I heard Robert Fee of Cheniere remind us that the U.S. has no national oil companies, no national champions, right? So the companies that operate in this space are not thinking as much about geopolitics and advancing U.S. strategic interests. We're thinking about our bottom line, really, I think, to the point that you're making. Obviously, the tourism industry has done very well in the Caribbean, and I know that's what we all think of. I know as a civilian, when I think of the countries of the Caribbean, Jamaica, Barbados, Bahamas. Don't worry, I won't sing a Beach Boys song. Anyway, I'm thinking
it's
about...
the last panel, I think. It's okay. Go ahead.
I'll spare you. Anyway, I'm thinking of clear blue waters and sparkling white sands. But as an LNG professional, I'm thinking about opportunity and really business opportunity. And really, all of the elements are there. So you have the countries of the Caribbean rely for 1/3 of their power generation on liquid fuels, on diesel and HFO. So as we all know, not great for the environment and extremely expensive. And perhaps that's why consumers in the Caribbean pay about 3 times what we pay for power. So they're paying 23 to 37 cents per kilowatt hour, whereas in the U.S. on average we're paying about 10 cents. So again, I think because of the environmental benefits that a lot of these countries are very focused on, the cost benefits necessary for economic development needed to power the tourist industry, which comprises so much of economic activity in the Caribbean. Again, we see a lot of business opportunity if it happens to help advance U.S. geostrategic interests, all the better.
I love that alignment. Help America and help, move America's economic agenda forward. Well, thank you. We're at time. I just want to thank, on the 10th anniversary of the oil export ban repeal, I would like to just thank our fantastic panelists, and please would invite us all to give them a round of applause.
Please welcome President and Chief Executive Officer of the Atlantic Council, Frederick Kempe.
And please welcome also the Senior Director of the Global Energy Center, Landon Derentz. I'm here for one purpose only, maybe two, and it's to pass to Landon to close. But first of all, I wanted to personally thank Landon and his remarkable team, and I hope he'll thank some of his team as well, for really an extraordinary couple of days. So thank you so much. I think this Washington experiment worked.
It worked well.
I'm here for a second reason as well. A press release is about to be sent around to the world that says the following. The Atlantic Council announced today the promotion of Landon Derentz as its Vice President for Energy and Infrastructure, marking a pivotal step in the Council's efforts to elevate energy and infrastructure as core pillars of global security and economic resilience. Congratulations, Landon.
Thank you, Fred.
Let me read a quote from none other than myself. Landon has played a defining role in building the Atlantic Council's reputation as a global leader in energy policy and now as well in the nexus of energy and AI. Energy and infrastructure are not only the backbone of modern economies, they are now central to national and global security. Landon's deep experience and forward-looking approach will help the Atlantic Council meet the moment and shape the agenda for years to come. So Landon, you're a practitioner, you get stuff done. From a veteran of the Air Force, State Department, National Economic Council, National Security Council. So my EVP, our EVP at the Atlantic Council, who oversees all of our programs, Jenna Ben-Yehuda, and I just thought that this was the right moment to do this. So over to you.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, everybody. This week was electric, and I'm really excited about taking on this new role. I think if you look at the program and you think about energy and infrastructure, we don't just need supply, we need to be able to build things. We need the world to work, whether it's through digitalization, roads, transportation, energy, infrastructure. And this community is all a part of that. So I'm thankful not only for the opportunity to bring this platform in its 9th year to Washington, D.C., but to do it with each of you. And so it's a really wonderful community. No.
Good, turn on. Okay. I do notice that we announced this at the end of the conference. We just wanted to see how it turned out. But just go ahead, please.
It turned out really well, Fred, because of one other aspect of this. And I've closed, this is my 3rd iteration of the Global Energy Forum, and I've done it always with a partner in crime here. And I'd like to invite Reed Blakemore up. He's the director of the Global Energy Center's programs and research, and really represents a broad community of dozens and dozens of staff members from the Global Energy Center and the broader Atlantic Council helping pull together this event. It is the largest event, to my knowledge, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, in Atlantic Council history. And that is a testament to how pivotal energy resources are to every aspect of foreign policy and economics. Please recognize this is not just a calendar event once a year. This is an arc of programming that we believe in that begins from here until we do this again in June 2026 here again in Washington, D.C. So mark your calendars, June 9th and 10th, 2026. We're going to bring this back because it was a really incredible moment. Reed, I want to give you a final voice in this as well.
The one thing I think that hasn't been said enough yet is this is one of those convenings that really takes a village. The entire team, both in the Global Energy Center as well as the rest of the Atlantic Council, is absolutely critical to making not just the agenda a success, but making the experience a success for not just our panelists, our thought leaders, but also all of our attendees and guests. So when you do see somebody with an Atlantic Council badge out in the hall, please do thank them because they've put in
innumerable hours to make this happen. This is one of the biggest grinds that we have over the course of the year, and everyone puts their whole heart into it, and that's what makes it special to work on. So thank you to the team in particular, and I'll get off stage after saying that.
So congratulations on being part of a really successful 2026. Oh, I have what I wanted, which is here it is. So mark it down, Washington, D.C., 2026. Thank you again, and we'll see you next year and in between now and then at the Atlantic Council headquarters with the Global Energy Center. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
you.